One thing I thought about when I got back is today is the last day without the police up there for the rest of the time I'm here. So like, yeah, I think I'll be like relax even more for what Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like 3 days. They're there every weekday. So today's Sunday there. Oh, tomorrow's Patriots Day though. I keep forgetting that. Maybe they won't be there tomorrow. So X that. It'll be like I'll get what, Tuesday? I'll get one day then. Unless they're there tomorrow. I hope that the flats have long enough to recook. I already started melting the butter here. They gotta be crisp, yeah. A thing that irks me, people that leave their eggshells in the carton. Just a thing that irks me. Or next to the trash bag. Yeah, because it's not your house. So who gives a shit, right? Dishes in a sink, food particles in a drain. Tuna fish on a can opener. I don't think there's anything in this freezer that I would actually eat anymore. I don't know about this. I don't know if I should cook this and try. It's a plant-based roasted gravy. It's probably supposed to be a joke. Yeah, it's not actual turkey. There's crusts in here too. I already ate all the stuff. I have a little bit of the chocolate soy stuff. Let me take these out maybe, because they're crusts. And obviously, that's carbs. Wicked bad. What's this? Thick and creamy yogurt. No, yogurt spread. That. Pumpernickel bread I never ate. They're the fish people. Green beans I didn't get a chance to eat yet. Looks like cabbage. There's not much. I think these are actually pork. That's why they didn't eat them either. I think they're pork patties. So what do you got behind? Got plenty of tuna fish, yeah, and I got 4 more eggs, so I'll be fine. I'm still gonna be hungry after this, I can tell. I'm used to having 224 grams of fat. Just bloop, bloop, bloop. A little bit of a pig. I had to go buy butter. I threw those 2 sticks of butter away. That was disgusting. I don't know what made him feel he had to start using butter. Right. Some people, I guess, it's a little bit sad. But they shouldn't have been using margarine anyway. I don't know what happened when people won't donate butter to the food pantry anymore, but that's something they can have that poor people can't have, apparently. He ended up using that I'm pretty sure he used that can of beef. I remember he had it out. That probably tasted pretty good. Yeah, I probably should have beef one more time. I already got one beef, though, for that very reason, because God knows that might be it for the rest of my life. I'm just not pondering on it. Just because, and then people can run around eating beef and talking about it. That'll be all over the TV. Everyone's having steak dinners. It's every time. I don't know. I don't have to deny other people things to enjoy it. It's just not in my makeup. These could definitely be crispier. Yeah. When we start out with more, that back in there, take it out. Booty got me like. I went over some of the ones. Like, what's the perceptions of the people in the Holocaust? What's the perceptions of what that is? What is going on there? Like the word homeless, what does that even mean? Are they all drug addicts? Is that just something we do? If so, why? Why is that something we do? Like a we in a lesson that you guys already did? Did you already do all that? These are like various ones that members of your species have stated to me. So it's based upon that. Like, if you went to the hospital and they said, "Are you having any trouble sleeping?" Diarrhea, vomiting, it's like that. Well, since we're post 2011, typically I would call that a thought distortion. But you guys are going to be doing something else after this. So if you're on Earth and you're in a different form, if you're on this land piece, then you have to live in a harmony with me, even though you don't do it now. Not I'm in charge of you. All the species. I do it with all the species. We got a squirrel that feels the need to feed birds. Or it's trying to draw me out with a piece of bread. I'm not sure. Maybe it's on Cobb Week. I can't make this stuff up. I saw the squirrel out that window climbing up that tree. And then when I went upstairs, I saw that it put a piece of bread up in a tree as if to feed the birds. So I'm not sure that's usual. Well, it's not terrible. It would have been better if these were harder, these flats. But I got hungry. Excuse me, so. Yay. I can use Tommy's tinfoil and not worry about having to replace it. He would put it down to cook chicken because he didn't want to have to clean the. Because he used to use barbecue sauce. And then he must have decided he didn't like it or something. things made stressful that shouldn't be made stressful. Like making people with no incomes go through that for no reason. That's right, come out wherever you are. Before they drop a bathroom floor on the rest of these eyes. They won the housing. Blueberry stipend. I don't think that was a request by the Almighty, but just like pack up a backpack. You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need that. You gotta get the fuck out of this house before this dude fucking kills you. Not you call a homeless shelter, Nicole. You go to one. I already explained it. When you start writing down when the dude worked late, when you don't give a fuck because you're trying to get away from him, that's God talking. Just a thing I saw on shows after I came up here. God explained it to me. That's why you see him in a lot of those murder shows. She always has a calendar and she starts writing down worked late, like things that she caught him lying about. I started doing it too, going, why the fuck am I doing this? That was pretty filling. So people are allowed to get away from you in the kingdom of heaven. They don't have to stay around you. People get divorced. They court who they want to. You get publicly shamed if you say you're gonna marry someone in order to rape them or commit sexual assault against them. I'm gonna clean that up a little bit. A little bit of butter on there. Well, people like that would just need counseling, obviously, if they're human beings, where, people understand about breakups and stuff. Like about the Johns. I don't know about that because there's no money in the kingdom of heaven, and I don't want to be like weird, but yeah. Did I not tell you to stop giving those people money? Did they do the jog walks? This is gonna go over here. My water for the day. I'm not ready to get in bed yet. Well, typically, I would do my 2-hour walk. Like, I have to save a day to return bottles. I would do my 2-hour walk and then loop back around. And then it's pretty much the same thing. That chair upstairs is not this chair. It's not really that comfortable, but I would attempt to sit, I guess, for a while. And then I would kind of know I needed to lay down. The belly starts to sort of go out a little bit if I'm walking and upright a lot. So I would know I need to lay down. Because if I don't, then my food doesn't digest. And it's like to keep my blood pressure down. Yeah, it's not like a fat person. There's a lot of overcrowding in there because I have no body fat. So it's clearly organs in there. It's not even a systoles. It's not fluid. It's just a kidneys and a liver and intestines. Shop online or book an exam at americasbest.com. It shouldn't be a compromise. Unify eye illuminations, developed by the experts at I'm pretty sure he had a hangy belly because unfortunately he would walk around without his shirt on sometimes. But he didn't have like a typical fat person's body. But he had a hangy belly, so at least some of it had to be fat. Some people, I explained some of the genetics I thought about this family in regards to candy. I think that they don't realize that their livers are big like that or something. Like, they don't store body fat like they think they do because they don't look like the mother. The mother stores body fat. Right? Like, that's why she was fat all over when she's lost a lot of body mass. But she was fat like all over and she had a lot of muscle mass because she was always moving around and moving furniture around. So she had like a big body mass like a gorilla, not just fat. But she doesn't put it on in the belly like that because she has a different metabolism.
Yeah, there seemed to be a disconnect with Candy, which can happen when you have cognitive problems too. I never thought she appeared fat to me, but she had a big belly because of the way that this family's genetics work. Like your livers are getting big because you're completely sedentary, and it has to do with your diet and your age. I haven't seen it, but I thought it was a bad idea having the surgery, given she had no lower body. Probably from dieting and laying around so much her whole life. She had no lower body. Maybe it's changed. I don't know. That would be good. Um, I think she like because she has almost like a body dysmorphia. Uh, she has a bigger upper body than I do, and when you look in a mirror like that, you can get all messed up. So that's why people do videos like this, all different angles. That was 4 fried eggs with butter in 3 of my flats, which are flaxseed, and flaxseed melts a lot of fat. I have to have a lot of fat. It's fat and protein. So, because of my liver. Yeah, I'm not worried about getting fat. It's about my liver. That's why that Dr. Eric Berg was helpful to explain it to people. So, I don't want to hear nothing about booties and all this crap. I wouldn't even look like that anyway. I was like thin when I was younger. I'm heavier now than I was when I was younger. So it's as big as it gets. Yeah. I can eat some carbs and gain a little bit of weight in my lower body. I'd never gain it in my upper body. I just don't. Before I got my boobs done, I looked, I guess, apparently anorexic. Because as soon as I got my boobs done, people stopped telling me how skinny I was. It had something to do with being flat chested. So if you're a flat chested female, right, and you know whatever, you got a nice shape, yeah, listen to a scale. Because some people, man, if you don't have knockers, they keep telling you how skinny you are because they're looking right at your boobs or something. It's weird. Like, I was never that skinny, only when I was anorexic, right? As soon as I got boobs, they stopped doing it. My neighbor goes, "Oh my God, you look so much different. You look good." Like, she probably was doing it too. I didn't gain an ounce, but 2 boobs. Anyway, the nurse at the shelter went over this 2 years in a row because I don't know. It's a thing that happens. She goes, "Well, you're consistent. Every time I go in there, 137, and then I'd go up to 143." That was before New Mexico. I went up to like 154 after New Mexico because it was all muscle. So, anyways, it's a combination of sugar, salt, and simple carbs that is not good for me. Yeah, so it's once a month the carbs for a week, and it's like I tried it. The cheese is a specific thing. Something about casein. I can have some of it, but I used to love cheese. You get used to it. So, anyways, and it has a lot of sodium. So I try to like balance. Once I'm through menopause, I can probably relax a little bit, but we'll have to see what happens. So I usually eat 2 meals and then fruit. I eat a lot of food in a day. It's a lot of fat. So if you're trying to do what I'm doing and you like get the peanuts, but you only eat a quarter of a pound or something, or even how I did a half a pound, you really need to try to work up to a pound of peanuts. That's why I add the raisins because it helps me eat more than just dry peanuts. You can even cook them and do a little bit of oatmeal. I used to do that with different nuts and powdered peanut butter. It's a lot of food. So if you want to keep walking 2 hours a day, you got to learn to pound some food or you're going to get way too thin. You'll get sick. Yeah. Like you learn to balance out not to become too glycogen depleted. It took me, I don't know, maybe like 2 years of, oh my God, yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit before you like never, it never even gets to that point. You can just tell. Like maybe when I had the wild rice. And then last night, like I said, 2 nights in a row, was it? I had that stuff I'm not even supposed to have because it's sugar. Right, the soy butter with the chocolate. Yeah. But I did 4 doughs in March. Yeah, I did 4 doughs in March. So I don't remember a bunch of swelling. But in the shelter, after 2 months, I was having it because I was eating the food every day. I was eating dinner there. Yeah, I think I was eating cakes just every time. The sugar is bad too. Cakes, pastas, like, wait a minute. Maybe if you ever saw someone doing that to a person, don't think they're trying to make their girlfriend skinny. The person might have diabetes or something like me, like, okay. Like they would probably notice if you look like you were getting a little bit eye puffy. Or like getting that weird thing in your lungs when you're talking. Yeah, like, did you drink enough water today? Because for me, it's not enough water. It's not too much water. You would know if I had fluid overload because I would have a puffy eyes and ankles. And probably a cough. I'd probably start to get a cough. Yeah. So sometimes it's not enough water. You're starting to get that like burning in your lungs because you need to flush out all your creatinine. Well, they make bubbly water that's got an artificial sweetener in it, but that's not good for you to be drinking that much of it. But I don't like to be the vulgar because I drink Diet Cola, but I don't drink a lot of it. You got to burp. It has to do with the pH in your body. Yeah, you got to burp. You got to fart. It's like an acid-based diet. It's called an elixir. It helps keep your stuff moving along, probably your intestines too. Everything's got to stay open and functional. You don't want to get compressed and do those wicked skinny poops. That's when you know you're at critical mass. You've got to be able to lay down. No more lunch meat. You got to be able to lay down and relax and maybe take a day off of the peanuts. When you start getting those skinny poops, you're starting to shut down. Yep. You got to layer it. I haven't really been following it like you got to layer it when you after your dinner meal because it's all layered a certain way on purpose so you can poop in the morning. You have fruit. If you right once you start to get too sort of excuse me, once you get too big overcrowded like that, your stomach you're not going to be able to eat. So it starts off one meal. It's not even peanuts. It starts off the dinner meal and fruit. Yeah, like I wouldn't eat till about. I don't really like to get into this one. Maybe with doctors present. Um, when I first started doing this in 2014, because I felt like I had a barrel, not a rock. Felt like I had a barrel in my belly. It was scary, and I was getting chest pains. Um, I wouldn't eat till about 11 o'clock at night. I think I might have been doing 2 walks. It was like the length wasn't as long as I do now, but it was broken up into two. I'd go in the morning and then I'd do standing in the sun, standing and then sitting, like the standing, basic standing out in the sun. And I was still writing on paper to be able to do it, to be able to stand like that and sit. I couldn't just sit without writing something at first. Um, and then at evening, I would walk up and get my food or whatever for the day. And I'd get like a 2 liter of water and a 2 liter of soda a day. And then about 11 p.m., I'd make a dinner meal, which was like the protein, uh, like the beans, the protein with the eggs too, and the sauce and the vegetables and the flat on top, like the greens and the vegetables and the flat on top, and I'd bake it and I'd have that. And then maybe like an hour later, I'd have fruit. I'd have like fruit on a plate up in the room for after dinner, and I would be wicked full. And then the next day, you start up again. You stand up. You do your coffee. You probably poop because you're following the diet and you're walking. But yeah, I would be walking down. I guess that's Court Street behind the plaza. Just like I'm gonna scream, just because I had to convert my body to fat burning. I had to shrink down the liver. I remember saying, go to the liver if you want to eat. That's how I talk, I guess. And then later on, God explains it to me. Yeah, like, well, I got through it. God made me do it. It's like a process. So then I think I told this story. I was walking for a while, and then I did that thing where I was walking in shin deep snow, and it took me 3.5 hours to do my walk. And I was like, why? Or no, that was a separate time, wasn't it? Oh, I walked again after that. Went, why am I so bored? Like it was like my regular walk, and I go, why am I so bored? And then it was like a voice laughing, going, add a carb. And that's when I tried to stop making trail mix. That's when I started doing like pretzel sticks and peanut butter, carrots and peanut butter. I try to make granola with like nuts and oatmeal, and I tried to bake it and stuff. And then, yeah, a couple times I did oatmeal with 2 eggs and soy milk, and then I morphed into having like peanuts. Yeah, and then kind of the rest is history. But some of those Super Bowls, that's when I was like bigger. I had more body mass then. Yeah, when you're younger, yeah, if you're younger and you can do the Super Bowls and you're still lifting weights and stuff, that's good. Yeah. It's not really like everybody has to change to what I'm doing now. I'm older now. But we'll see. I never got back into the Super Bowls, but I probably would have had we had an actual winter and I was walking in the snow because I'd get tired. The same thing would happen. And I'd go, why am I so bored? Right, because I needed more food. Yeah, not crack cocaine, not vodka nips. He's a grown man. Why can't he drink? Because he's probably mentally retarded. He has a vitriol bracelet on. That's why. I don't know if he's got dementia, but he needs fucking food, not booze and drugs. Fuck is wrong with people? Just imagine screaming in the fucking streets and then facing what I faced at that hospital. Like, oh my fucking God, I can't even help it. Fucking anorexic 36-year-old dude who seems like he has fucking dementia. Seriously, I gotta step out of the fucking room? Okay. Dear God, help us all, please. I'm not a helper. No, the dude was my fucking fiance. I got to step out of the room for my fucking fiance. Why? What are you going to do? Check his dick? What are you doing that I can't be in the fucking room? I don't know. Sometimes don't you wish you talk like that? Because I don't. I just fucking left. Because I do what God tells me to do. Right? You just go. I can't go back in time. I already went through all that shit where I was fucking blaming myself for not, I guess, I don't even know if that's an aggressive psycho bitch. Just, why would I step out of the fucking room? I just sat down. Those nurses said I never even have to leave, even though you have visited hours. You're supposed to have me out of the room and you're alone in a room with my fiance? Now I know you can't trust people in a fucking hospital. I didn't know that. Now I do know. Are you fucked? What are you doing? You didn't pass my psych eval. Yeah. No more fucking medical treatments for you. Scream into a phone. A human. Jesus Christ, close this fucking hospital down. Oh God, Jesus Christ, please don't tell me they're having problems like that at the fucking shelter already. Please, no. Vanessa, say your brain is there, please. What? You can cook fried eggs? Okay, yeah, no, come here. When are you coming, the 17th? Four over easy, bloop. Ancient Chinese secret. Yeah, I can cook fucking fried eggs, yup. I don't bake them in an oven. Barbara doesn't have to know that. She would flip out because that was when she got sad. My claim to fame is not cooking fried eggs. I wasn't cooking eggs for no one. Just, what? You can cook fucking over easy eggs without breaking them? Shh. Don't spread that shit around. Right, you know how to run a carpet cleaner? We thought you were fucking mentally incompetent. Jen had me cooking steaks for her at the Nova Suites. Remember that steaks burrito? She didn't even know what a fucking burrito was. She started eating it from the wrong end. That's why I folded it. Yeah, that's why I folded it. Don't tell anyone. No, just I can't do anything. I just sit here. I barricade myself in a room, whatever the fuck. I can't balance a checkbook, whatever the fuck it is. You just go. Like Brian Buchanan walking around Plymouth. You can walk around here? You can walk that fast? You bastard. What the hell? Why didn't we walk to Wollaston? Yeah. Uh-huh. Nah, because I'm not a psycho and dragged your ass around Plymouth? No. Get some of your own juice. Get some self-esteem or something. The fuck. Get a basketball, jump around, put it in a hoop, slap some fucking ice skates on your feet, go to a rock wall, whatever it is. Get a fucking pool membership, hacky sack, frisbee. I mean, a diamond in the rough, okay. Not I order a person around like my fucking butler. No. I like men. Yeah, I don't like, people looking for a mom. I get it. I don't even judge it. Just, nope. Some people would say I don't even treat my own fucking children like children. I mean, you don't know how I was as a mother. It's just an Asian thing. So if you think you're Asian and you're not like that, you're not actually Asian. You're probably a Mongoloid. The greatest of all due respects. Asia is a really big land piece. You're supposed to fear your children. Yes, those are your ultimate judges in life. Yeah, like you would think that your mother is like a live-in slave that's afraid you're gonna hit her. That's me as a mother. Like beds are made and do. See, the house is clean when you get home from school. Okay, good. Yep. Papers, homework we have to do before we can have dinner. Okay. The house is clean. Your room is clean. Your bathroom's clean. Food to cook. Dishes. That's all they have to do is go to school. And then some people homeschool, but you better have that laundry done, folded in there when they get up in the morning. Nah. Some of it is because of Alfred, but like chores. The oldest unloaded the dishwasher in the morning before she went to school because it was run at night by Alfred. Yep, and loaded by me. All they did was put their dishes into a sink. That's all they were required to do is go from a table to a sink. And then I rinsed them off and put them in a dishwasher. It got run and then opened up to air dry, and then she put them away before she went to school. And then I think the oldest boy started getting into putting the trash from the garage to the end of the driveway on trash day. I think they were making their beds, but that's not till they're, a couple years old doing that. I don't really believe in chores because I was a homemaker. Why the fuck would I have my children doing my job? Never in a day would I ever want my children to suffer through anything that I did in fucking childhood, man. Mm-mm. Never talk about money. Never make them have any. You never fall the fuck apart in front of your fucking children. You got to call a friend. You go live in a condo for 10 months and get your shit together. You go to a fucking detox, right? You get a counselor. You don't do that shit in front of fucking children and make them scared. That's why some of these people, I'm a fucking terrible person because I'm not Barbara Kent. Call your children every 2 seconds because you fucking need something. That's what a fucking friend is for. Or your checkbook, and then you pay a person to do it. Oh, yeah. Like Gloria Steinem said, just have a completely like emotional wreck for a fucking mother. No. So anyway, this is not really exactly human behavior. It's called getting through a Holocaust and staying remotely sane. If you were wondering about the standing and the typing and the talking and all of that. Well, as most people have learned, they really don't judge and punish people who don't stop using or going out with people or whatever that is. But if you do like I did and you go, this is fucking crazy. The problem is I need a divorce, and you immediately stop using and shit. This is what they do to you. It's like obviously a little known secret about your world. So Almighty God made sure the whole fucking world's eye was put upon me like a fucking spotlight so you could see what they do to people. Because typically they clearly try to fucking hide it. You ever see me on a fucking microphone on a TV? No, it's called the internets that Almighty God invented. And then they still fucking took me off of it. Not from them, from the rest of the public. So yeah, God kills them. Remember when they showed us videos of Elizabeth Broderick like kicking at someone from her prison bunk bed? Why were we shown that? That took a long time to get me to stop punching people in the fucking face. Everyone on planet Earth forgot how the fuck I even came up here in 2011. So now we're going to have a fucking thing where we act like this is fucked up that someone got punched in the face in 2019. 8 fucking years. Good luck. It's like the people on the drugs. Oh, yeah. Oh, and then this one. What was the person doing 14 fucking years ago? Because I want to know what the person was doing 14 years ago. Since if I don't know them, yeah, if I don't know them and I got to be told that someone's fucked up and they're doing this and they're doing that. What were they doing in 2008? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. What were they doing? Moving on with your life. This is the next part of your life. Is it? Fuck off my land, the greatest of all due respects. The whole land piece was created for my species. We don't have fucking landlords. Person on fucking earth needs more than 2 fucking houses. Nope. You will reap every fucking reward owed due to each and every one of you. Believe me. So, like I said, I would suggest that you, I don't know, accept a Section 8 because the rent is high and you got to pay a mortgage since you just bought this house in 2021, unless you're one of those fucking dudes on a TV who prints yourself fucking money. It wouldn't matter if the mortgage was $2 million. People that can't fucking walk and they're about to lose the ability to drive, which is scary because there's a fucking train and a bus, whereas I walk all over the place. So I'm going back to a fucking shelter. They have housing out there. Right. And then you got to suffer the curse of the fucking dum-dum where you flip out because I'm near a fucking beach and a dick again. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Probably about 14 dudes that would just pretend that they're my boyfriend just to go, all right, well, everybody's prepared. The cops know to be fucking ready to fire at will. Because that was fucking scary last summer. Okay, so no, you have a trespass against you for attacking me. It's called criminal harassment. Everyone gets a chance to just stay the fuck away from me, believe me. If you're not familiar with me going back and forth from there, I just ignore you. Right, you just leave it alone. Just like when I was walking out there and Lorraine was in the shelter, she left me alone. She'd be at the library, she'd be in the shelter. She didn't say a fucking word to me. That's what you do. If you're forced to be there, that's what you do. Not I confront you in any way. Hell no, I don't like that stuff. Jen doesn't have any reason to be doing that. And like I said, I don't really know if that's her on the Facebook. But if it is, she knows that there's no problem talking to me. I didn't get a restraining order against her. I told her I would show the shit to the police. She did the same thing Tommy did. It's right in the text messages. I can go wherever I want. He said the same thing. I'm not going to be controlled when he said he had no reason to go upstairs at the other house. Other than the two Pauls, that's the only people in Lorraine. That's the only people I can, like, from Quincy. That's the only people I can think of that I would be like, please stay away from me. I probably would say that. I'd go, please leave me alone. Yeah, I have no interest in talking to you. Right. Paul with the hat and the cane, Paul with the DOG, and that Lorraine person. Right. Just, I doubt they're sorry, and I don't care about sorry. Fuck you're sorry. And I won't say that. I will just try to ignore you and hope you fucking move along, or just go, please, please stay away from me. Just leave it alone. None of that's needed. Usually people talk to me, but I mean, clearly there could be a mistake where I wouldn't know that someone wouldn't want to talk to me. Yeah, like if I said hello to somebody or something, I would know that there'd be a person that would say that. Sometimes people get weird. I mean, who knows? Maybe Brian would do that, and then you go, okay, and then you just leave them the fuck alone. Yeah, I understand some people have mental problems. And you can't like keep talking like that because it's sort of abusive, right? Where you just go, okay, yeah. Please don't talk to me. Okay. Usually Jen says she's staying away from everybody unless she thinks I told her to socialize, then she'll tell me she's in social groups. Anything that's like approval seeking. I know you're like, that's not really a friendship, but that's all right, I guess. I mean, that's not a friendship where you like think you gotta say things that's like dealing with Tommy too. She's no Tommy. No. She would let someone stay in her hotel room so they have a place to sleep. Yeah. Or put your thing in her storage for a day. Yeah. I couldn't imagine Jen Vickery having a 4-bedroom house in a trailer and just living in it like that. And actively, when asked, saying no on a homeless person coming here that I've already screened. I've already screened the person. You didn't just go and go, oh, fuck, wait, I don't know that person. Do you know what I mean? I can't imagine her ever doing that. I don't think Barbara Kent would ever do that too, by the way. Yeah, that's why that was clearly Tommy doing that. I'm not dumb, Right. You have to like know who people are when you're bringing them into a house with other people. People that live alone like that, or like it's a couple, or like a couple of friends, and they feel they can protect each other, they're probably more apt to do it. But you still have to be somewhat careful. But I don't know what people think is going to happen, other than they kill you and rape you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You have something that someone can rob, maybe just lock it up in a safe or something if you're going to stop bringing people in and letting them sleep in a bed, take a shower, get scabies treatment. Remember that with Brian? Right, you go, how is he going to treat this though? With that cream, did they not have to do that? Is that why? It might be wicked strong that they go, there's nothing's going to survive whether he washes his clothes or not. And you go, oh, yep. Remember, I bought him clothes. I went up there with that backpack, underwear, nice. Like those pants would have looked great too. They were like track pants. Track pants. I'm sure there must have been a shirt, underwear, the little Ninja Turtle with the stickers and stuff, like cute things. I know you go, what am I doing? Like, wasn't there like Spider Man stickers and stuff too? Because he said he liked Marvel, he liked comics. Not worthy, man. Waste. All the time. That's why I would get angry. Yeah. I'm not like Bill not Bill Murray. I'm not Robin Williams in that Photograph film. I know you go, really, dude? I don't appreciate someone given the appearance that I'm fucking like a loser who's bothering you. Get it? People get angry at that shit. Public fucking humiliation. He's not here. Oh my fucking God. I don't want to relive that fucking day again. I don't want to relive that day again. Just, he's not here. It's like as bad as the next day after telling someone you love them because they won't stop saying it to you. And you know that it's too soon. And here it comes. Here comes the boom. Oh, yeah. So Greg, Ryan, and I were talking about all these women I could fuck. What? I had just walked out there from here, all like, yay, get it? Woo, got a boyfriend, we're in love. And then Why you're that depressed? Okay. You're that depressed that you're in a relationship with me, and because I'm happy and smiling, you have to do that to me? That's why I brought you to a psychiatric hospital. Is that bad to say? Okay. Because, whoa. What was I supposed to do? Start punching you in the face? I don't do that. Jen used to get frightened. Right. She would get like she was gonna start hitting me, and she'd jump straight up in the air and stuff, and I'd just be looking at her like I don't understand what's going on. Like what just happened that you're behaving like that? Why are you angry? Like you're gonna hit me? Or she'd get like wicked scared and just look at me like she didn't even know who I was. Right. You just go, people are still trying to go out with you. I hope not. So this guy, hopefully she's writing a story. He was across the way. He was in the house in Hull, and now he's across the way. Is he like? He looks like a grave digger in the photo. Is he? Is could he be across the cemetery? Like, do you wake up at the end of the story and you're living in like a abandoned church that you thought was a hotel? He looks like a grave digger, that guy. I'm not familiar with your work. Is that one of your stories? Is it like a guessing game of one of your stories? And I don't even know. Blackmail. Now the sun's out again. Like it was like this earlier. And then when I went to the store, it was like, what is going on? It reminded me of last April out at the shelter. Like, this is what it was like. It would be like 88 degrees. And then all of a sudden, the clouds would roll in and be freezing. About an hour from now, about 3:30, 4 o'clock, I'd be standing in line to get it because you had to get there early because you were trying to get a bed for the night. And then you just go, oh my God, it's freezing after being 88 degrees. I know I'm still going to have to deal with it because Wednesday's almost here. It's still going to be weird, I'm sure, between the hot and the cold like that. I don't know if that's the new normal for April or thermonuclear weapons, but that's. I don't know. Do you think I could? I know this is getting bad. Do you think I could melt some of those chocolate bars and mix it with almond butter? You think it would taste as good as this? I bet it won't taste as good as the soy butter because the soy butter doesn't have a strong flavor, so all you taste is chocolate. I could try it though. Um, I know it's terrible. Just that's not carb week at all. I got to remember what I did with the other stuff. Like I didn't use a double boiler. No, I used two of these chocolate bars. Plus, I have this stuff. This is Justin's peanut butter with this dark chocolate. I got those. All right, so I used two of these, and then I used this little saucepan that I'm gonna wash because I don't know the last person who used it. It was probably not me, but it's like a non-stick. Did I put any butter in it? No, I think I put a little bit of the soy butter in there. Yeah, you could use a little bit of butter, but then it's the butter is gonna kind of like solidify as long as you know that. Yep, and then I put it in a bowl so it wouldn't melt the plastic. I'm gonna wash out a bowl. Everything has to be washed. If something like that happened and you were just taking over the people's dishes, you just run everything through a dishwasher once. Maybe wipe out the cabinets. Because she wanted to keep doing dishes. So you leave her alone, you know. She wanted to keep doing dishes and she clearly didn't know how to do dishes. And Tommy started yelling at her because she wasn't supposed to put them away. She was doing it from the wheelchair. She's supposed to just do them and leave them in this vegetable sink thing, not put them away. Yeah, it was wicked gross. Talk about getting roaches and stuff, yeah. So. Alright, so I got that. And what do we got over here? This one's just about full, I think. A while. I know, way to kill a whole bunch of soy butter and almond butter. Add melted chocolate to it. Coffee salt. Like you start off with a little bit of this, so it's not just dry chocolate. But then once it starts to melt, you got to put it all in there, mix it before it goes in the bowl. You got to at least start mixing it before it goes into the bowl. Then once it's in the bowl, you can mix it more as it's cooling off. The Irish woman from the food pantry told me she started melting these things down. So that's what made me think of it when I knew I had soy. When I didn't have the SNAP card on yet. And I knew that I was getting low on my SNAP units, and I figured it was going to stay like that for a while, and I just go to the food pantry. But clearly, once his truck broke, I was like, yeah, I'll call them, and that's when I realized I couldn't do it over the phone. I don't think I ever got to the point of even telling him that I couldn't do it over the phone, but I mean, clearly I'm on the phone down here trying to do it for like 2 days. So I don't know if she heard me, he heard me. He clearly would, both of them are like that. They try to monitor you. When they hear someone talking, they mute their televisions. Oh yeah, that's why I'd be on the live stream going, why is it suddenly so quiet in this house? Because her TV would always be blasting. So if he wasn't taking a nap, he was in there trying to listen to you. He was doing that at the other house too. I caught him doing it. Yeah, and that's when I was like, these people are so fucking insane. Like, you're in a kitchen, and you can tell that someone muted the television. You'd be in the kitchen at Flanagan Place, and all of a sudden you don't hear a television anymore that's typically blasting. And you're like, how is a person that fucking insane? Why is it your business what I'm doing out here? And then if there was people out there talking, yeah, they got to listen to everything someone's saying because they might be talking about them. It's part of being fucking paranoid. Really? It's a live stream. You don't got to mute anything.
Oh, that Ryan guy. You probably think he's good looking. Oh my fucking God. God made two of you? One has a dick and one doesn't. This one is worse because I'm straight. Oh yeah. This one is worse. I don't like being raped or raped by a female, but it's not the same type of emotional hurt as a dude. Really? You got the same problem she has? When does the accusing me of doing fucked up shit that you're actually doing start? Anyway, how to use a double boiler. Like with a pan, with the pan like this, and you put a little bit of it'll just melt. Yeah. So. Da-da-da-da. I could. I have graham crackers. That is true. I have no peanut butter though. I have almond butter that I've already married to this, but it's almost similar. You take one of those graham cracker things and you put it in one of those Ziploc bags and crush it like you're gonna do a pie crust, and then you melt a stick of butter and you mix that together and pat it down in a pan. Hold on. Something like this. A pan like this size. And then you put it in the refrigerator and it will harden up against its butter. And then you melt, I think it's a half a cup of peanut butter. Wait, do you put peanut butter in the graham cracker stuff too? Is it peanut butter and a stick of butter? I know, I forgot that part already. It's probably just butter and graham crackers. Okay. Then you melt a half a cup of peanut butter with semi-sweet chocolate chips. And then you pour it on that and put it in the refrigerator. And then you break it up and it's like wicked good, man. All right, so this is just about melted, so I'm gonna shut this off. And then I start mixing in my almond butter. Yeah, I think on the soy butter I did this part before it was all the way melted. So I neglected to do that. Like, get it ready to go in there. Take it off the heat so you don't burn your chocolate. However much you're gonna put in there. I mean, that was a whole jar of soy butter in 2 of these chocolate bars. About a whole jar of almond butter to do it. This one wasn't totally full. I'm sure this is completely keto. Yeah, because it's sugar though. Sugar is carbohydrates, but most people probably would be eating this on that keto. The people losing all that body fat. Yeah. That's probably why they're like, oh my God, my entire life has changed. They'll never be heavy again, those people. Yeah, because everybody here was brought up about being paranoid about fat, not the carbs. I remember I'm going to be 53. I know what they did to people. They told everybody to do a high carbohydrate diet and to not eat fat. This seems way more liquidy than the soy butter. It melts down more.
I took it off the heat too, and it's still doing it. So I can probably mix more almond butter into it than the soy butter. The soy butter does not melt down like this. Depends on what they mix to the almonds with. I know, you find out if people are lying to you. What are they saying is in this? Dry roasted almonds and palm oil. That's why. How much of it's palm oil? Because it's melted pretty good. The soy butter didn't do that. Yeah, like I had to struggle with it. This is like a liquid. Justin's. Learn something new every day. That's why you gotta get that Mahada stuff. But I don't know. Are they saying there's palm oil in that? It's supposed to have no added salt or sugar. That doesn't count for palm oil. I know, it's terrible for people that don't have teeth because they're like, what the fuck? Yeah, they're trying to eat protein and they gotta get a person to boil it for them and get a food processor. That's what a wife is for, Brian Buchanan. And all y'all that don't know what a fucking wife is, yeah. People aren't allowed to be anybody's wife, get it? That's why they don't give people housing. And then they try to screw you. And then they probably still wouldn't be cooking for you. 4 days, 1 day. That's a person that's cooking and doing a guy's laundry? I doubt it. Yeah, that's someone who's already getting annoyed with the person and talking about how fucking gross he is, I'm sure. Because these people are disgusting. Don't pick up street hoes. They got their own fucking women and men. Yeah. They don't need your fucking husband. That too. That's why dude was supposed to we were supposed to talk about getting a tent. But no, that's not good enough. You're gonna go live with Colleen and Michael in their fucking house that they shut the water off at night. Then good, go fucking do that. Because it's my fault that Tom Kent wouldn't let you fucking come here. Right, if that's what your fucking woman can afford, then that's what you're fucking living. Fucking Colleen and Michael's house. And then she took me right to her house. It lasted 1 day. You didn't go right to some other fucking whore's house after I left there? Fucking freak. this is gonna cool down. I don't want to add. It's actually not hot. It's not going to taste as good as the soy butter. I can already tell for exactly what I said. Because it has a stronger flavor, the almonds. It won't be as tempting to me, yep. Well, it gave me something to do. We'll see. Now I know. Right, I'll just make my own soy butter in the future. It depends, because I think it costs the same as the chocolate. So you might not be saving any money. If you're not going to save any money, just buy the shit that's already made. But, like, say a food pantry gives you free soy butter, that's all you're going to do is melt chocolate and add it to it. Sometimes they will, because they know it's not what you want. Until they go, what? They learned how to make it? No more free soy butter. We will get you with your takeaways. Ah ha ha, it's not chocolate, Mary, and it has salt in it and sugar. Ah ha ha. I think I just got a little tiny bit of soap in my shit. Hold on. Because I'm trying to clean off the thing. Ouch, my water's hot. I guess I'll put them in the fridge, see if they'll harden up a little bit more. I like to cook and bake. And I haven't had a kitchen to be able to do it. It's all part of an atrocity for a Passover. Explain to people why God, they can't rebirth. And why their lives have to be cut short. The ones that are getting sick and they're young. It's too much suffering. Not actually allowed to do it. So it looks like you're not getting 100 years. Not in a lesson where everybody's going to enjoy the world and everyone's going to become a millionaire and a business owner. And then everyone goes, yay, now we're done with the world. Nope. Not what is going on. Because even if you were doing that, there would still be no reason to do this to me. So, it's just not going to work out with you and me. No matter how many electric cars and solar panels you invent. Hopefully that makes sense, since some things, that doesn't make any sense. It actually does. It's just your brain is sick. God doesn't actually let you just destroy my fucking life and force me to live with people where I can't even cook a meal or relax or use any of a fucking house. Or have a boyfriend or children or a fucking friend, clothing. God doesn't actually do it. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to feel like having tuna melts on those things for dinner. I may just end up putting that chocolate almond butter on graham crackers. But that's not exactly like a dinner meal. But okay, this is going to go over here. And then this goes on this thing. How did I do it yesterday? Wasn't it like positioned at the TV somehow? Oh, is this Spider-Man still? Let me get the Bible. It's still only 3:00. I've already eaten and everything. So they're still at their thing then. It's 2 to 4. I would say that someone talk to them or they can see me on a live stream at this point because no one texted ever and told me what the services were. I know you go, okay. No, it's good because they seem to be accepting and then I'll be left alone. Which is good. That'll be good to everybody. And like I said, there doesn't really need to be a discussion with Barbara about me. Just getting housing at the shelter or something. And I'm sure the shelter will give me housing, blah, 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 all that stuff. Yeah, this came up on the walk to the, I think it was on the Stop and Shop that someone will probably, if say that people came from like the Kent family or something, I'm sure someone will probably tell them that I don't think she's coming because there was like an issue and stuff. And, like maybe I'm already at the shelter, right? Something. I don't know why the criminals deleted my entire YouTube channel. It's a little bit concerning, like now nobody can see me type of thing. But it showed that apparently people were watching it and not telling me that. Right, because she came over here before Tommy died and said, "What happened to your channel?" And I go, "Oh, they deleted it." Or, yeah, I go, "They deleted the entire channel." It was before I set up this one. Right, she brought like the incense over for Gemini with the thing about the two. I know you just go, they are, you go, okay, so you saw that, you know about 2 5 star and stuff, and you were still acting like that. It's probably better for her that she avoid me because I think it's detrimental to their mental health at that point. Like I said about Barbara, it was becoming abusive, forcing her to be around me after 2 5 star. They can't control their behavior, and then it makes them upset each and every time. Yeah, it becomes abusive to force them to interact with me. Apparently, Jen doesn't have that. I'm just making fun of her, yeah. Ah. Yeah, he said he was someone he was with for 4 days, and then he got bored. That's what his words were. So one of the days I went, it's been 4 days, like since whatever. I don't even know if those were fights. It's been 4 days. Are you bored? And he said no. So yeah, like he clearly has a lot of issues. Just even saying something like that. I got bored. You got bored? Like he's a con artist. Like I explained about the Harley Quinn stuff. He's a con artist, yeah. So he got bored because the person was like too easy to con. So I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea if something like that happened after Plymouth. Yeah, I don't know if he like. Yeah, I have no idea anything about the dude's history in terms of that. Because you go, okay, so you haven't been in a relationship in 7 years, and the other thing wasn't actually a relationship. You seem really like sexually forward for someone saying that you, yeah, right, and then 4 days a day, like you might want to curb some of your behavior because some of these people, like, are you using fake names? And like some of these people are psycho, Brian, and people like you, they could just come out of the woodwork when they find out you have a girlfriend and accuse you of rape. Like that Lorraine person that you started hanging around with you. You didn't hear her say that she just put her boyfriend in jail again? She's clearly a psycho. Yeah, no people to stay away from. Like, yeah, so I don't have any of my medications. I just had to put my boyfriend in jail again. She said the same thing when I met her. So she's clearly psycho. I don't know why a dude keeps going back with her. Or if she's stuck, like she's in 51st dates, like that, mentally ill. I don't know, and I don't care. It's not a person I like to even fathom to find out what she's talking about. But to report that she said the same thing when I met her in like 2016 or 17. Right. She's one of those people that tells people to call her auntie. I don't know if that's a John or what that is. I don't find it normal when you meet an adult woman and you're an adult man and she's telling you to call her auntie. I'd say that that's weird. Or toilet, when she doesn't tell the females to call her that. I know I met the person in 2016 or 17. She's never told me to call her Lulu, but I think she used to tell people to call her auntie or something like that. And she used to go to Rite Aid. I remember her going with that Rob guy. So she might be a sex offender, is what I'm saying. And she lures dudes by saying she has medication. She has prescriptions. She has medications. That's code for I will pay you. And now I'm taking you away from Mary. I mean, yeah, just stay away from me. I know what those words mean. I did. I tested it out on Jeremy. I have no prescriptions and I would never use prescriptions to get dick. It's fucking crazy. But I tested it out and it completely worked. And then you're just like, no, dude, I'm not going to be your girlfriend. What you need is a friend, right? You need a friend to go, dude, really? I mean, that was spooky. I know people expect me to, yeah, don't expect me to be nice to females doing that. Don't, like, I won't be anything to them but ignore them and stay away from them, is what I mean. Don't expect me to be nice to people like that. Because I know what those words mean. Remember when I used to say that Barbara, it was like she was waking him already? Remember that? That was like freaky, man. He would be on a couch and she had some kind of a chair. It wasn't another couch and it wasn't her hospital bed, it was a chair. And she would sit there like at the head of the couch. And he's just on flat out on a couch for 22 hours a day. It was like bizarro. I'm like, it's like she's already like she's in a perpetual wake with her kid. It was weird that he was like upright, I guess. It wasn't weird, but it was like weird that he was upright for 3 years. Well, the first year was spent yelling at, like insulting him until he got up off the couch because they were sharing a room. She was in a hospital bed and he was on this broken couch. I couldn't believe it when I saw what the couch was because I actually laid on it one day and went, "Oh my god, he is sleeping on this thing." It was like completely broken, and he just kept putting, or she was doing it, blankets on top of it because the cushions were totally gone in the thing. Yeah, it was sad. And then I remember I felt like something was like biting me. Like I don't know if there was like fleas in it or something. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? So anyway, conditions proved greatly for him coming here, but she would insult him and insult him and insult him until he got up, and then he'd go out to the trailer probably to get high or whatnot, and then she would immediately stop pacing around the house and going outside until finally he laid back down. It was like freakish to observe. Why is he getting up again? And then you're going to follow him around and yell at him until he lays back down, right? Okay. I don't want to ever witness that again in my life. It was so scary and gross and weird. So I would assume the perceptions are by Tommy and Barbara that I'm up in a room just laying down. And that's why I could be allowed to be left alone in a room. Yeah. I mean, obviously, when I would go to take a walk, she'd go, "You're going out?" Like, or she'd be like, "Don't go out, Mary, don't go." Oh, yeah. So it forced him for about 2.5 years to have to get up and go up and downstairs, cook food, but it wasn't like many hours a day. Yeah, just and she couldn't tell what he was doing up there. And for about a year and a half, every time I saw her, "Where's Tommy? Is he here? Is he in the driveway?" She just wouldn't stop doing it. It's like dementia. I don't even think it's a conversation. It's because she knows she's being annoying and it's intended to get me to go back upstairs into a room. Yeah, I mean, he's dead, so he can't see that I'm down here, and she shouldn't be able to see me. Right. She doesn't use the internet. So you go, but like I would never be able to be downstairs for even maybe an hour. If I was downstairs for an hour, I'd probably get screamed at like I was the first week I was there. I don't know how she was with Tommy. They would sit and watch TV, but every single day they'd have a fight, just like at the house for years and years and years. And then he'd go to his room and get high. Right. That's people's lives. So I don't know if the business about shutting off my Facebook, like I said, they used to put me on restrictions when I was walking back and forth from Quincy to here. So apparently, before last year, when I'd leave the shelter, um, for some reason, that was keeping them calm in between shutting off the food card or something. That was the first year that even though I wasn't in Quincy, I was still walking back and forth. And the lawyer flipped out. I told you that. Brian witnessed that. And then there was actually people in Quincy Center attacking me. And that's never happened before either. Well, there's not going to be any of that because I'm going to be at the shelter. I'm not back and forth. But I don't know if anybody was ever doing that before and weird stuff was happening to them. If so, it's not your imagination. Like any town or like that you could still walk back and forth to visit people in Quincy, if weird shit started happening to you, it's not your imagination. Just letting you know. That was the first year ever in 13 years I was doing that. It would usually be like I leave there and then I'm gone for like a year. The first time I was gone for 4 years. From 2012 to 2016, I was in a room in Flanagan Place. And I didn't start doing my walking program till 2014. And as soon as I started posting photographs of my midsection online, they started shutting off my food card. Yeah, like there was more things going on with the food cards in the early years where it was like some people, they did it every 3 or 4 months. They'd be at Mass Ave because there wasn't one in Quincy at first. And it was every 6 months they'd do it. But I remember that time because it had only been 4 months. It hadn't been 6 months. And then it went to a year, thank God. But it was every excuse why they would shut it off after a year. Even when they had an address, they lie and say they don't have your address. They make up you have to do a phone thing when you don't have a phone. It's all different things. Like God made them think that was their goal to force us to go in there once a year. Okay, so yeah, I hope they know because you go, okay, so after all the times that she left the shelter, you must have been aware that she was back in these people's house, even though you pretend you don't. Okay. We don't have to go over that, but just so that they all know that doesn't exist anymore. It hasn't existed since 2021. And then I ended up on the ground for 2 months, and this guy brought me here. So you must have known they were renting a house here, but you were pretending that you didn't know that. So let's stop doing that. Okay, because the guy's dead and she's living with their sister, and I'm not living there. I think they have, like, right. Hopefully they've resided themselves to that. Right. Because again, I don't know what the made up thing was a year ago, but there's not going to be any more back and forth, the same cars. Exactly. So eventually that's what happens to people, right? And then they just stay at the shelter and people don't try to force them out. And then go, oh, it's okay that we forced them out because now they're back with their family. This isn't my family. I had 6 children. That was my family that I could never have contact with because I was continually forced to live with these people. So let's not have that again. Yeah, I don't know. I'll find out from Jen if she's actually there, and she'll tell me the same thing probably. She'll be like, yep, that's why I was living with my mother, and then whatever happened to cause her to go back to Quincy. That person started saying on that Facebook, trying to lure me to Quincy before Tom Kent died. And it's like, I have no intention of going back there. So, anyways, whatever's going on with that person, they're still on the thing saying they're Jen Vickery as of last night. So, I'm sorry, I said her last name. I was not really intending to do that. But she might have been having some kind of an issue because why would she say, do you think you should go back to the shelter? Why would Jen say that? That doesn't make too much sense, but who knows? And then, yeah, last night when I said something about it, all of a sudden there was a comment on the Facebook. Because I think I said, oh, that person hasn't commented or something. And then all of a sudden there was a comment. It could be just God's spidey sense. Yeah. I know. Mystery will be solved on Wednesday. I always find it interesting. I'm looking at the Facebook. I always find it interesting when people don't like the police. Yeah. After what I've been through, yeah, I find it interesting when people don't like the police still. Yeah, the people that don't allow you to starve at me and deny me water. Those people. Some of them might not even allow people to hold quote people hostage in their housing. Those terrible bad people that you never call, right? Yeah, and when people lie to the police, I mentioned that when I had to have them here. You lied to the police? Okay. It doesn't matter now. I'll never get that question answered. You just go, yeah, when I showed her Brian's Facebook page and she asked me if the police knew that we were together, I'm not sure what that means. Oh, that's right. I mentioned that too. Yeah. I don't want to see him, but I mentioned that too. I don't know if these people have been talking to someone through Facebook and text messages because someone told me, I'm not sure who it is, that James Kent supposedly was supposed to be coming here for Tom Kent services. So if that person didn't show up, should you still keep talking to whoever that is on Facebook and text messages? I don't want to see anybody. If I did, I would have went to the services. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. I saw the obituary, so I saw that there was services today from 2 to 4, and something at 9 o'clock this morning. I would have gone to it. And the church is tomorrow at 10, right? No, if I wanted to see people, whoever, I would have gone to the services. So, anyways, um, yeah, that's a good way to know not to bother a person. Like, I think she would have shown up here if she wanted to talk to us. So, anyways, I didn't go to Tom Kent services either. So they probably they put two and two together at this point. Yeah. I didn't go to the fathers either. I don't know. I never heard anything about Jim being at his father's services. But if someone on a text message is telling you they're James Kent and that they were going to come here and they don't show up, that's up to them if they're going to keep communicating with that person. I don't. No, I don't need to have a person pretending to be another person. Just that is God is forcing all these people to admit to everybody that they've been doing criminal behavior, and that's one of them. I know for a fact they're doing it. That's why I'm so isolated on the internet because I don't partake in it. They tried to do it on Brian's Facebook page after Brian disappeared. Yeah, so I don't know if they're only doing it when people die or they believe that you have no way of talking to them. Right. Like when someone started again trying to, like, if it's not Jen, if someone started doing that again, it was after they thought I wasn't coming back out there, not even to renew a snap card, because that was my intent. They didn't know Tom Kent was going to die. No one on earth, even Tom Kent, knew he was going to die. So they had no way of knowing that all this was going to happen. Right. It's just, usually it's about 8 months after they shut the snap card off until they can even get me to renew a snap card. So there's no possible way they knew all this was going to happen in this quick a period of a time. So I don't think that they can control what they're doing until the person completely won't talk to them anymore. Some of them, they may actually believe they're that person. Like, say that you could get one of those people to meet you somewhere, then you would know how sick they are. And it can be shocking. Yeah, like, what are you talking about? You're not whoever they're pretending they are. I am not kidding you. It's like that catfishing show, but way worse. Yeah, just the reaction from, why won't God let you pretend to be Brian Buchanan? Whoever that person is completely flipped out. Jamie Fitzsimmons. Yeah, like, probably. If I ever saw Brian again, I'd go, this is my first question. Jamie Fitzsimmons? Did you ever find out if that was a real person? Did you grow up with someone named Jamie Fitzsimmons? Okay, because that person is mentally insane. Just as an FYI, if that's the person that was on your Facebook, then in my internet prison, and then in the chat room, yeah, that person's mentally insane. I don't know if you knew that already. Right. I still have the photographs. That person is like all over the place. And who was the one that was threatening to kill me? Is that Jamie Fitzsimmons? I don't know, man. That's why you go, you know these people, or you were in an internet prison. Because whoever that is obviously dangerous. It doesn't mean anything they say is even true, by the way. Right. Like, it doesn't mean the person owns their own house, has children to live for. You never know who you're gonna run into. I better do something before I end up 6 feet under. They might think that they're doing character roles, but that's a dangerous person that God may just drop to a floor, just like that other guy. Well, hopefully everything is going all right. Like I said, I hope for the best for these people for the rest of their time. Things will get a lot better after tomorrow. Yeah. It seems a little bit dragged out, but it's really only been what, a week and a half. Right. So Tuesday will be 2 weeks. I think after the funeral, I think things will get a lot better for them. And then especially after the 17th, because there won't be any more concerns about finances and stuff. It's a lot of stuff at once, but they have resources other people don't have, and sometimes people don't know that. They don't realize that. See what's on CNN. Yeah, I just thought of that. It might be the first time that Barbara has seen Candy in like 3 years. Yeah, that's right. They drove out there once. Michelle was saying that they would drive over to her place, but not Candy's. Yeah. So maybe it hasn't been. Maybe it's more like 2 years or something. 2 or 3 years. Yeah. Yeah, yo, Red Cap. Oh yeah, I gotta bring the other laptop over here. That's what I was doing yesterday. Feel more relaxed about 5 p.m. And then tomorrow's a Patriots Day, so I don't know if the cops are gonna be up there, but I don't remember anybody really giving me a hard time about the father's services. Just no, I won't be there, and that was pretty much it. I didn't go to the hospital to see him or anything before he died either. Oh, it's supposed to rain tonight. 70 tomorrow and sunny. 66, 60. I think it's going to be a good summer. I was saying that like yesterday or the day before. It started out okay at the shelter. It's exactly what I said. It was like three separate things all at once, plus getting sick twice. Getting sick twice. They would the thing with the shutting off the water in the toilets was still going on. It's like I'm sure none of that's going on now in a new building, right? It's just a sick building at the end of another building being built. So it was like not the coffee makers breaking. I'm getting puffy eyes and ankles. Brian didn't come back for the film. It was like, yeah, and then someone said a voucher, and it was like everything that was said to me all of a sudden started falling apart. Medical leave, no one knows who my caseworker is. Then it's nothing's in my file about a voucher. You're just like, really? Anyways, yeah, and I didn't even go out there with expectations. That's what I'm telling you. I went out there with, I guess I'm going to live in the shelter the rest of my life. And I'm glad I have that resource. And then it was just like mayhem for 2 months. And I had had enough of it. So I left. And then I kept walking out there because I thought I had a boyfriend and a fiance. And then when that became too much, I stopped going out there. I went out there a couple more times to see if he showed back up. And then I went, and now it's been like what, 9 months? August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. It's been 8 months. So this is one of the shorter periods of time. It's usually about 11 months a year, and it's been 8 months. So, well, this is the first time in 13 plus years that it's essentially like an act of God that I end up going back out there. Yeah, because like I said, I could go 8 months without a SNAP card at least with the food pantry. And then I figured that she would go another year. Yeah, she seemed to be doing pretty well after like the illness that I had an illness after the Thanksgiving Day parade, and then she did, and then she was still up and walking after that, but then she fell. So it's been 4 months of that, but he had figured it out, and she admitted she was depressed, that she has to just be get told to get out of bed, basically taken out of bed and put in a wheelchair and dry clothes. And then she sits up, she rolls around, she's still able to get foods that she can reach. She can go to and from a bed and to and from a potty chair. So they probably just had to coax her to get in and out of a car to get to the services. It probably wasn't anything like a week ago. Yeah, aside from the stairs. Say that they figured out how to set up a thing to roll her down a thing carefully without dropping her. Yeah, like you just put plywood on a thing probably and roll her down it. Yeah, if she can get from a bed to a wheelchair and a bed to a potty chair, she can probably get from a wheelchair to the back seat of a car. So Starting to get, yeah, it's probably like relaxed for the day, but I could take a nap. I might as well try to stick it out till 9 o'clock. I think it was about 9 o'clock when I fell asleep last night. I woke up at 4 and then I went back to sleep till 6:30. I mentioned Worcester Wellness Center, so I don't know if that's a different person or this person that you found dead. Worcester Wellness Center. Was the person kicked out of there after being told to step out of the room? Was he at Worcester Wellness Center and then he was told to leave? Because that was the other day, remember? That was when I went to Quincy. That was Monday. Was he at Worcester Wellness Center on Monday? Revenge attack. I might have to put that heater back on tonight. Feeling a little chilly. Oh, it's a $10 weekend now that it's Sunday because tomorrow's a holiday. Hopefully, if I get my disability money turned back on, um, I can do stuff like buy underwear and socks and bras and take the tea. Well, I don't really see a reason to get a storage unit, honestly, because I already got rid of all my stuff. So I wouldn't accumulate stuff unless I was getting housing. So I would probably just wait till I got housing. I don't really accumulate a lot of stuff, but it depends on what type of housing you're going to have. Like, well, obviously, when people refuse to give a woman a means to live, you just keep acting like I'm incompetent. So as shelter goes, we don't know what we're supposed to do. I mean, we house people in specialized housing. So you're just absolutely still going to refuse to give this woman Social Security? Right, just it's fucking crazy because clearly I know how to order a bed and furniture and stuff. That's all anyone does. Those people don't load furniture even into a vehicle. Give me a break. You'd have to have a pickup truck and then you're what, at Sam's buying mattresses and stuff? Right, people have the shit delivered to their house because they have coin, not I'm mentally incompetent. Right. Some of them went into housing and then they have these organizations, Brothers Keepers. Remember, there was no way to contact those people when I went into a room. You go, I thought this is how everyone was getting furniture. Remember that? I remember things. Yeah, I remember things. All of a sudden, there was no way to get in touch with the organization that other people used. And you just go, when you have money, you just have stuff ordered to where you live. There were people that could move stuff around with shopping carts. I know, just I'm pretty sure they put that dresser out there going, they're literally going to make her go to a shelter again. Yeah, it's like Flanagan Place. You go, just wait for Quincy Housing to pretend they offered me a Section 8 again. That's what they did last year. Someone put me in Champ and they literally mailed something to the shelter going, you never got back to us about a Section 8. You never offered me a Section 8. When are you people going to fucking stop it? I'm sure any caseworker at that place goes, they did what? I can't make this shit up. They're fucking deranged. You never got back to us about a Section 8. I haven't done a fucking thing wrong. Okay? Your funerary fucking person hasn't come to pick you up yet from your fucking bathroom floor? Fucking God, I didn't get back to you about a Section 8. Walk down the fucking thing and hand it to me. That's why I talk the way I do. They didn't mail something going, oh, good news, we have a Section 8. That's not what they did. Get it? Keep burying yourselves. I give a fuck. Remember that guy? Oh, yeah, remember that guy? Give a fuck. Give a fuck. Give a fuck. That's why people talk like that. Especially the second you go, oh my God, this is a fucking crib. I'm in the next thing. Oh my fucking God, it's finally over. Get it? Rebirth, motherfucker. I'm a human being. I'm a fucking shoe-in for the kingdom of heaven, 2 5-star, fucking print of the nail, virgin mother. Oh, did I oh, if only I hadn't left the shelter from the ground on 2 months in fucking Quincy Center, I would have got a Section 8. Give it a fucking rest. Oh, hey, what's up, Robin? Yeah, I'm over here, not up there, but I can still see you. I know it's spring. You guys are all over the place. Yeah, maybe he's going to be a Robin because that's all he has to do is walk over there once a day and pick something up off the ground and then go lay down again. And then people pay him $5,600 a month. He comes down here, screams at her to get up, screams at her to change a diaper, screams at her to wipe her ass. And that's why he's dead from all that screaming and yelling. I don't think he had a lot of high hopes for life. Like he was transitioning into something else. Yeah, like he just lay around and then I guess walk over there, maybe. When they're not in that, and when they're not in this physical form, fuck do I care? I guess that's it for eternity. Lay the fuck around thinking whatever it is God has you watching the History Channel. Right, just. I did that shit. You ever see me before now with the TV? I just sat in a window at the library just looking out like I was typing in my head. I'm sure God keeps me occupied when I'm an infant. I was talking about this on the way back from Stop and Shop, like, oh God, like, because I was like, the second that, yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not ready to go. I'm not saying that, but when the time comes, it's different for me than other people. And you just go, oh my God, this is a fucking crib. Oh, thank God. But like, I don't want to be conscious of not being able to walk around. That would be terrible. But, school seemed like forever. I was like, oh God, I have to go to school again. Boring. Yeah, I mean, I remember it. Yeah, I remember walking down that woman's driveway at 12 Flanagan Place. Just a school day felt like an eternity when I was in the 1970s. So I think time goes by wicked slow when your brain is developing. Yeah, just I think it does. I just remember that, like, oh my God, school day. Yeah, like I was saying, I think by 5 o'clock, then there won't be any chance that someone gets it in their head to try to come by here. Like the next 2 days, yeah, just oh, so you just have to wait till the 17th. You'll be okay. Today's the 14th, so it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's only 3 days. It's only 3 more days. Everybody's made it this far, so you can do it 3 more days. And then whatever you do after that is not my business. Yeah, I mean, I don't know because Barbara said, so I guess we're selling Cindy's house. That's between the two of you and her children, I guess. You could do that. I'm sure the landlord wouldn't care. The landlord would be relieved, like, oh, okay, so you're just going to pick it. He was going month to month, he told me. But the landlord does leases. So, yeah, I'm sure the landlord would go, okay, so you're going to go month to month until your mother passes away. Then she would have her nest egg. I mean, she could have had Jake and his girlfriend living in her house if they could pay the bills there and then live there with Barbara and still do what Tommy did. But I mean, you wouldn't have any equity in a house or anything. She has her equity in her house. That's why you would think just stay there as long as she's able to get to food from there. Because like I said, there is a train here that stops right at a Stop and Shop. If something would ever happen and her car broke down, or she forgot how to drive, it's a 5-minute walk to Reedville train station. And Barbara Kent can get a disability pass through the VA probably. You just go right to that thing with the paperwork. She can probably do it online. She knows how to photocopy and all that. You just send it right to the T and she gets a discounted T pass. I don't know how it works on the commuter rail, but that Fairmont line stops at Newmarket and it's literally down a ramp and it's a grocery store. There's no walking at all. Right. Tommy could have been taking her to a grocery store. He could have taken her places via the commuter rail. They have a ramp over there. Get right on the train. I mentioned it to him when I was doing stuff. Other people would do that stuff. She has a scooter too. She used to use it. They could have gone all over the place on the train. He just couldn't do anything because of his social anxiety. And I don't know if he was having shortness of breath or something, but he wouldn't do anything with her anymore. He wouldn't take her to Fish Fillet Friday, Castle Island. You can take the public transit to Castle Island too, you know. You take the same train to South Station and there's a bus. Or can you take it from Ruggles, the number 9? He wouldn't do it. Yeah, you just go. You don't even have to park or nothing, dude. Just whatever. He wouldn't do it. Yeah, I mean, pick your caregivers better, I guess. Not just who's going to let you live in filth. Pick your caregivers that'll take you places. Cindy used to take her for coffee, but I don't know what the deal is now about getting her around. They take people on wheelchairs on airplanes and stuff. Right, pick your caregivers. I think last night, I think it's been more than last night. It's been a couple of nights. It'll be like this. And then all of a sudden, about 6 o'clock, it's sun again. It's already done it at least once today. $7:25. It's not gonna. The sun isn't gonna set till 7:25 now because the summer's coming. Yeah, I mean it is a hospital bed, but it's nice to be able to sit like in something that's not just that room. It's a nice room, but I just spent 2 years in it. I just spent like at the rooming house in Quincy. I used to sit in the kitchen, you know, from time to time. Like when I was cooking, they had a table and chairs. I didn't just sit in that room all the time. I didn't have a chair, first of all, which I was only there for 3 weeks. Was it 3 weeks I was there? It was like 3 or 4 weeks. I was from December to January, just like the hotel. Yeah. So, anyways, I never even I never had a summer there to go to the beach and stuff. It's like, when is this madness going to end with people? It's horrifying. But, anyways, is one of the things that people thought that they were like, it's their turn to do stuff and then I just get holocausted. Why would I need to be holocausted for you to do stuff? And then what you get tired of the world like I did. You're never going to get tired of the world. You're not me. That makes no sense. I don't know if they made up because I had a clean house and I went to Europe. That means I was a Rockefeller and I got tired of the world. And if they just try to emulate everything I did, they'll get tired of the world. They're never going to get tired of the world. Right. Me in a house with my 6 children and some way to live is in the world. You're never going to get tired of the world, believe me. I'm grateful that I don't have to go through again what I did the other day, but worse. Yeah, I'm definitely grateful for that. It helped me to decide not to go to the services too. So I'm definitely grateful for that. Having to listen to people talking like that. Only they know that, but they're never going to have to answer anybody about that. Like, what do they think Mary's been doing? Oh, yeah, I never did push ups today. I should probably do at least a set of push ups. I was talking about it on the way back from Stop and Shop. I go, okay, so I got to do push ups and then wash my hands after touching that carpet. But that's why I washed it once for them. Right. Just anybody, a moving company or anything. It's definitely not perfect, but it's better than it was. I honestly think that they raised their children to believe I'm some sort of live-in slave. So that is going to make people a little bit sort of mentally ill. So tomorrow morning should be interesting because it's going to be so warm tomorrow. Well, it was pretty weird last summer and last winter, so you might have some people kind of happy to see me out there. Yeah, I'll check Pluto and see if okay, they're talking about bed bugs, the Quincy City of Health Department. Well, I know, was it Blurta that's, or Dan told me that they were spraying that house for bugs? Jeez Louise. Is it possible I caught scabies at that house? Because I didn't sleep in anyone's bed in that place and I didn't share. That Pam gave me a pair of pants once. I'm not sure if I washed them before wearing them. And Mary Ledger gave me a pillow to use. Right. So, yeah. I never gave people clothing and stuff, so I couldn't have given anybody in that house scabies. But clearly there was scabies in Quincy in 2019. It happens. Yeah, some people don't know because they have a compromised immune system, and I think you should not be like, um, yeah. Okay, so this one on this Facebook where you're trying to teach people who say they don't need anybody went through a lot of shit alone. Okay, that's community. That's community. They cannot stand people that are not like interdependent and needy. It goes beyond trying to be supportive and helpful. They literally hate you if you're well of mind and you're not constantly having an emotional problem and you need people all the time. and you don't have your medications and stuff, like they hate it. Right. And then that's why they become obsessed with trying to isolate me and not let me have a friend. And then keep telling me how I don't have any friends. Does that sound nice and supportive or deranged? That's why I told you if this was a real Facebook page, the best hope is that the best hope you have is that they'll decide to put a bunch of us in an internet prison. Yeah, because they got rid of Brian Buchanan's page so that I couldn't be in it because clearly other people could post in it and then we could talk to each other. Yeah. I already know because when I went out to Boston, they switched it to my internet prison. Okay. So I would just log into, they would just log into their Facebook page on my phone then. Anyone, a boyfriend, a friend. And then we would just type, we would take turns typing in that person's page. Just like Brian attempted to do with me. And then someone deleted it. After going, trusted friend. That was spooky, scary. Like he's out of a detox, then you're saying you put him in a detox and you're his trusted friend and he doesn't want me to know where he is. Like that was like surreal. Certain things in life, it's like it's difficult for me to explain repeatedly how insane that is. Like the perceptions from me are that you took a dude out of a detox center and then put him back into a detox center like you took a poop on top of him. You stole him away from me, you thought, took a poop on him, and then said you were his trusted friend like you're me. I wasn't his trusted friend. I was his fiance. Totally. He's in a detox. No, he's not. Take him out, take a poop on him, put him back in a detox with your smell on him. And you're his trusted friend. I don't need to date I don't need to court another dude like that. I don't need to court a dude like that. That would be like if I had a female friend and we went and we got manicures, right? And then when I got home, like your husband or your mother or something ripped your nails right off of your fingers because of it. And then pasted something on top of your fingertips. There are people that sick. Like, say you're on a visit with your father, right? And he bought you a puppy and you brought it home and your mother killed it right in front of you and then replaced it with a cat. There are people that sick because that's what that was. He's out of a detox, take a poop, with your smell on it, put him back in a detox. I'm his trusted friend. Okay, bye. I'm off to do whatever. And if I find an actual man, he sure as hell isn't putting up with that crap. He would have taken a friggin' bus or a train and just walked here. It's 4.5 miles from Faulkner Hospital to this house. It's right across from Forest Hill Station. I was walking 7 miles each way to spend time with him. Yeah, I mean, even a bicycle. You know how short that would seem on a bicycle? That's not a very eager boyfriend. You go, this is getting crazy though, Brian. I mean, are you that physically sick? Then why did you leave a hospital? Anyways, it's literally a 7-mile walk. That lawyer looked it up. So on a bicycle, that's nothing. There's a bus called the 32. It costs $2. It goes right from Forest Hills to Walcott Square. Like, seriously? I was walking 14 miles. So you can't jog for 15 minutes. I suggest you try to walk standing up like that for 15 minutes to start. You get used to it. It's kind of, for me, I've been doing jog walks now for not consistently, but like 3 years. I started doing it after Candy and Norm moved out. I remember because it was wicked hot. The Paula B stuff. She has a different way of doing it, which was good when you've never jogged ever, like me. And she made it seem way shorter. Like she did like this weird mind thing where you weren't paying attention to the time. So, anyways, um, you just constantly keep doing it. You're gonna feel tired from the second you start doing it. That's not exactly tired, but you're gonna feel like that from the second you start doing it. You just keep doing it. That's the only way I can explain jogging from my point of view. That's why I prefer jumping up and down and dancing. Just you can't even think thoughts when you're doing that. It's not like walking where you walk and you yell into a phone and stuff. You can't even do that when you're jogging. I would think they've got to have music or they're singing a song in their head or something. Just whoa, does this suck? Yeah. So you can go a minute and then walk a minute. A minute, I would suggest that to start. I've done those. Don't do it for 3 hours. Nope. If you're gonna do the minute in 1 minute, well, what's your fitness level? Nothing. There's one where a woman walks in place for a mile. It's like 15 minutes long. Yeah. If you're like completely afraid to go outside, I would start with that. But you don't get any breaks. Right. It's 15 minutes of in place walking, and you could probably walk in a circle if you were here, like Barbara Kent used to do. That's all she would do is walk around. Like I was jogging, but she'd walk. It was more than Tommy was doing. I like walking. I've been like afraid to take my walks because of the situation. So as soon as I get into the shelter, I'll be doing my walks again in the morning. So I go up Southern Artery, up to the Walmart, all the way up to the Walmart, and then I should be able to get my peanuts and raisins, unless they have figs again. And then I go down Quincy Ave. It's a little bit different than I used to do. I go down Quincy Ave, and you just keep going past Dollar Tree, past Firestone, till you get to Granite Street, where Star Market is. And so you don't go, you don't go onto Hancock Street. You take a left, and you go past Star Market. If you have to urinate, stop in there and urinate. And then you cross the street. What is that street? Is that Quincy Ave again? And then you go up that hill that's across the street from Dollar Tree. There's a bank there. It's called like Bank One or something, where the old hospital used to be. You walk all the way up to the top of the hill. There's like a fire hydrant I turn around at, and then you go back down the hill, and then you keep going, and you cross past the Burger King. You cross the highway carefully with the walk signal. You go through Quincy Center, past the post office, and then you go past the library. And then what's that street called? Is that C Street yet? Okay. That goes past Nazarene College, all the way down past the police station, if the police station's still there, and you take a left onto, I think that's C Street, isn't it? You don't go straight, you take that left. Right past where the police station was and the cemetery, and you go all the way down to the bathroom at Wollaston Beach, and then turn around and come back. That's my daily walk out there. You could. I'm going to start out with that. I think it was mostly when I was in the room, where you can extend it. After that, you go Hancock Street all the way into North Quincy, where my doctor's office is that I don't go to. It's right past where Big Y used to be, and then it was that 99 store. And then turn around and come back. You could extend it to that if you wanted to, but I used to just go up Southern Artery to Walmart, back down again, and to the beach, to the bathroom at the beach and back. That's a decent walk too. But I wanted to go up that hill. So I changed it. Yeah. I think it was it the last year I changed it, or the other time before that? In North Quincy, there's a couple of streets on the way to Ocean State job lots where there are some big hills. Yeah, you could start doing that and veering off and going up there. But just about every day, yeah, go like, I think in 2021 I was going 6 days, 2 days off, 5 days, 1 day off, and I just kept doing that. I know, because it's the same thing every day. So sometimes you go, it's an off day, but I don't know what to do. But your body needs a little rest. Yeah. It's good to take off days once in a while. But it is just walking. It's not jogging. It's not weightlifting. So I was doing 6, 2 days off, 5, 1 day off. Because I can. Yeah. Fit for autopsy. I think they're telling me now they're not going to let them do an autopsy. Because I asked about that. they explained it to me. I have a known medical condition, so well, yeah, I'm supposed to be fit for autopsy, though. That's the only thing. But it is a little bit weird, isn't it? Just should we actually let them do an autopsy on her? I mean, that seems doesn't it seem disgusting after some of these comments? Right, you go, I don't know, man. I don't know about an autopsy. Like, maybe call the police so they can guard my body until you put me in the ground. I mean, it's really kind of maybe there's religious things you can use, like I think isn't that what Muslims do? They go, they've got to be in the body within this much time. I mean, in the ground. It's our religion. They probably used to do it in their house. They probably have to do it like the next day. Yeah, like you ever see those movies where they have them like on the dining room table back in the olden days? Yeah, just you can't start doing that stuff on your own though. Hell no. You have to notify people when someone's died in your house. Most definitely. It doesn't matter if they have a do not treat and stuff. Yeah. It doesn't matter if you let someone come in and they died from a drug overdose or something. You should consider yourself like you did a good deed at that point because they didn't die outside. So, yeah, you can't just like dispose, there's laws. You can't dispose of a corpse on your own. Yeah, that's not what he meant. It means the funeral home comes or something. Yeah, like you'd still have to call the police probably, and then they direct you to whatever. I called 911 because you don't know what's going on. I didn't take a person's pulse, but I knew it didn't look, I knew it wasn't good. Right. So I'm grateful they still came over because, right, they probably went, oh God, the bathroom. Like, was the person on the toilet? Okay, well, I looked it up. It's not that uncommon. So, yeah. Well, I said that. Sometimes when you don't feel good, you go to a bathroom, right? Maybe, yeah, God might be like telling you. For all we know, he dragged himself in there. Yeah, I have no idea what was going on. Like I said, I knew I saw him that morning. And then usually, anyone that knows my live streams, you hear them yelling at each other down here. But being an off day, things were different too. Yeah, like the first day of my cob week was April 1st, and then the second would have been my second day of my cob week and my days off. So I didn't even take my walk that day. Is that the day I had my robe on? Okay, so that was about 11 a.m. then. Yeah. And then that was probably it when he asked me if I slept in because I had my robe on and I had been cold. And I was like, yeah, I don't know why. Like I set out to be snippy. I go, no, like that. But then I felt bad and I was like, I don't know why I have a robe on. Like I know why I have it on, but I don't know why. I'm like, I knew it was going to be warm, but for some reason I feel cold. That must have been that Monday. Yeah, because it was warm that day, and he seemed in a really good mood, and that it was going to be warm, and that it was a relief that the truck was fixed. The thing where he was asking me about if he had bruises on his shoulders, I'm pretty sure that was the day before that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the day before that, but it's possible it was that day. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, see how that could happen with Brian? That's what I was asking. Like, if it's possible that someone saw him, but it was actually before he went to the hospital. But no, Jeremy said, no, she didn't. It's because you left the hospital. And then nobody literally could tell me about seeing him. Yeah, just the whole thing. It's like, what would cause you to believe he was dead? I know, like, did you see him fall down or something? Yeah, I mean, that was traumatic, but I didn't forget it. You know what I'm saying? Right. You go, I don't even know why they were saying that, but people mixing up stuff because I was like, he's probably going to end up dead. Or they just figured that from what he was like when he wasn't around me. Brian, I'm talking about. Just what would cause you to believe he's dead, though? They probably didn't know that he was hanging out in some people's house. I don't think they knew that. Yeah, you go, I'm visible online. Okay. That shows you even more how wacko those two people are. Do you get what I'm saying? They're not strangers to me. Anyway, God's got a place for everyone. Not going to be in this physical form. Oh, good. It's after 5 o'clock, so I'm going to relax again. God's got a place for everyone. It's not in this physical form. Right. None of us are going to have any issues like that with any other member of my species. We would never do that crap. Just doesn't happen. Sorry. Like, you even know who I am. I'm visible online, and you don't make any attempt to explain to me what Brian was doing at your house and why I wasn't invited to go there with him. Even after he went missing. That's why I went. Did he go right back to that house? Did he make up an excuse that they had to be told that he had scabies or something? All different sorts of things. I was wondering, like, did they actually believe it was better to tell me that he was dead than he was with another person? Like, can you actually be that sick mentally? Did they develop some sort of wackadoodleness that I was somehow bothering Brian? Yeah. Again, yeah, to some degree, just know that if you ever come into contact with drug users or even people in a toxic or something, and they tell you that they need your help getting away from people. Yeah. Well, it's just something you're going to deal with, because if he couldn't get away from his abusers because people let him out of a hospital or whatnot, that's how he's going to talk, whether he means it or not. That is what they do. Because you're never offering the person permanent protection from their abusers. That's why. Repeatedly explained. It's not rocket science. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's people, and maybe even shelter staff, that would have an interest in how that Nate guy ended up at Colleen and Michael's house. Like, why did he come into the shelter in the first place? Was he living with them before he went into the shelter? How did he meet them? Like, are they preying upon homeless people like happened to me with Sandra and Pat? Because, again, I was out there for 2 months, night and day. I was in the shelter. How are they meeting Nate and Brian? Like, they're purposely avoiding coming out in the daytime. And when everyone's locked up in a shelter, they're out preying upon street homeless people. Yeah, I'm not implying it, I'm stating it. Like, if you're inviting people back to your place, you better make sure the cops know about it. I was there in the daytime on Monday, and the only person I gave my number to, no, Melissa and Mike, and nobody ever contacted me. Not, I'm going to keep haunting people out in Quincy. Now I'm only here for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday night. Now it's only 3 more times. So they go to the airport, I guess. Right. Or they have other people they stay with, or they're all in a shelter, or they got housing, which would be good. So you can't get mad when people don't do it. I don't know if I would do it, because Mike and I were not like hanging out. It's not like that. And Melissa has a bed in the shelter. That's why I didn't ask her. So I know I made an effort, and I actually went to South Station. Did I go to South Station twice? I went to Downtown Crossing like twice. I don't know where people go. I didn't go down the Ave, no, because I didn't go there by myself the other time. Yeah, so it's almighty. I'm sure that will sort out when I get to the shelter, because if there's anybody there that I know, they're going to go, oh, yeah, man, that would have been nice. That's usually what people say. Yeah, that would have been nice. It was like 2 weeks, too. A tub, 2 showers, a stove, a refrigerator, washer, dryer, a bed with cable TV, internet. So I would assume that they're not laying down in an airport or something, right? I know. Anyways, no, if I was staying here, I'd still be going out there. I would probably go right to the shelter and ask the staff. Yeah. I'd be in communication with the staff and probably the police, like I said, in both Boston and Quincy. Like, how do you go about doing this? Do you have a way of screening people? Right. How do I meet more homeless people? Stuff like that. Some of them don't want to go to a shelter. Some of them you'd probably house them for the winter, and then they take off. Because they're adults. They don't want to be like your new kid. I know, just are you going to be in the house? Like, why didn't you go to the shelter and give us the key? That's true. That's true, too. This is that Israel thing. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed because it's not going to be as good with the almond butter. So I don't know how much I'm going to actually eat. But it gave me something to do to make it. Yeah, the soy butter was like good because it was like it made it like solid. Because I don't think the soy butter is usually that solid, but and then it was like chipping away. It's almost like fudge. Yeah, like a fudge. It's something people could try. You could try different flavors. You just get the regular sun butter that doesn't have the chocolate in it. You could probably do like they make different flavor white chocolates, don't they? Like strawberry and stuff. You could do all that because it's soy. It doesn't really have a flavor. All you're gonna taste is whatever chocolate you put added to it. Just like the stuff you cut up and cook. I know I had to discover something when I can't even do it anymore. Flavored white chocolate, melt it, mix it with soy butter. Just eat it like fudge. Butterscotch, mix that in. Mint chocolate chips. Yep. Mix that in there. Are people doing that? I'm gonna look it up. Is the people doing that with fudge? I know it's not it's only 5:16, but I'll turn the light on. I'm not doing a lockdown yet. I'm gonna call it a lockdown now. It's like Barbara. Aren't we in a lockdown? Because I'm at the stove cooking food. Aren't we in a lockdown? Just like, oh my God. Like I'm using the oven. Aren't we on a lockdown? And she's like angry. Because that's what a lockdown means. And you go, for 5 years, I'd be dead. That's why those people in 2021 were immediately told to stop it with the face masks and stuff. After I screamed at you for a year to stop it with the face masks. Right. It turned into a dominance. The second they put that thing on my face, they stopped wearing them. And the whole planet that's sane went, oh my effing God. They literally were not going to stop trying to kill us until we had one of those things on our face. But they're sane. Let's see if people are making fudge with soy. Probably. It's like $9 for soy butter, though. It's not cheap. Dairy-free fudge. Let's see what they're using. It's one of those ones where it's like, where's the actual recipe? Okay. They're actually using confectionate sugar, though. Dairy-free buttery sticks. Dairy-free milk beverage. Dairy-free creamer. How about just soy butter, though, and melted chocolate? Have you tried that? Because I just did it and it was good and it was pretty easy. It's not the same as fudge. I'm not a big fudge person. Like fudge is way sweeter, probably. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Just wicked sweet, like soft stuff you eat. That's not no, that's not ice cream or cake or cheesecake. Yeah, I'm all set with that. I don't know, man. I got apples. I got almond butter mixed with. I ruined all my almond butter now. It all has chocolate in it. And what else? I got chocolate bars. I have cereal, but I don't have any milk. Got pasta. Got tomato cans of tomato sauce and tomatoes, and a little bit of cheese. I got the Velveeta cheese, and then I have a little tiny bit of cheddar cheese. And then those other two fancy cheeses. Yeah, I have quite a bit of cheese, but it's graham crackers, not regular crackers. Green beans and asparagus in the freezer. Oh yeah, I have that squash too. Got cream cheese. I know. Just what do you do with all that stuff? Cream cheese, no bagels. Tortillas. Got all different types of tortillas. Dry roasted, tomato, wheat, low carb, plain white ones. Yeah, it's like 14 different packages of tortillas in the refrigerator. I was eating some of them. Yeah, it's like, how did we stockpile all these things? I threw away her thing of mission wraps after Cindy took her out of here that were there for like 2 months. Yeah. She used to love those things, man. Someone has to make her food for her, yeah. She used to love those things. She'd make her. When I first got here, she was still making her own guacamole with avocados. So, yeah. It's kind of like recent that she can't do anything at all in terms of food. I think eventually you have to actually feed them, don't you? Like you have to spoon feed them. She'll eat if you cook something and put it in front of her, though. And like cupcakes and stuff. I don't know if she's gotten like recently and she doesn't open up the packages. I don't know. But if she doesn't, it's definitely recently. Like ever since she fell in December, clearly it's been different, but she was still, if food was there, she was eating it. So if she recently was not able to like open up a container of muffins and eat them, that's new. Hopefully Cindy cut her fingernails. I noticed her nails were getting super long. She must have been clipping them before. Tommy would scream at her and scream at her about her toenails. I know, just dude, I think you have to actually cut them for her. Nope, not a lot. I didn't leave her sitting in a pile of shit when that was like December. No, November, right after I was sick. It was either the end of November, beginning of December, before she fell, before she stopped walking. I just happened to see her get into the wheelchair, and you could see that she was covered in poop. Yeah, so I got the bucket and stuff and cleaned her up. It was like hot. Tommy didn't even know what was going on, supposedly. Oh yeah, she would come over here. Cindy's been visiting her the whole time. She knew that she was laying in piss and stuff. She never did anything. It wasn't until recently, and it's probably because Tommy was asking her to do it and making her do it. But she has no choice now. She'll do it, but when she was coming here, oh yeah, I explained it when they took it to the VA because she had an abscess and her face was like this. They took it to the VA. I guess the VA supposedly wouldn't do anything for her. This is what I was told. And then she came back and I come downstairs and to find out what happened. And Cindy goes, "Oh, just so you know, she's soaked." And she's like saying it like she's whispering or something. And then she goes like this and like it smells like that's something I take care of. That's not something I take care of. Aren't you a nurse? I think Tommy was baffled too. Just, I guess he didn't view it like that. Yeah, I think he viewed it differently. And it's possible that he would have allowed her to move in here. But I think he viewed it different. Like he totally could not comprehend why she wouldn't help him with her. And maybe he was talking about me too, even though I was doing stuff. Just I didn't want to have to deal with. She didn't want me to do it. There was right after the thing with the poop, I was literally cutting diapers off of her and taking them off and wiping her up and stuff and helping her put a diaper on. She didn't want me to do it. And so she started actually doing it. That was like right after she fell, I think. Yeah. She would resist you too. Yeah. But anyway, it's not like I wasn't doing it. The thing I told him I wouldn't do is I wouldn't help him pick her up. I helped him do it once and I said, I'm not going to do it. She was on the floor and I literally told him, I'm not doing it. I'd probably be dead if I kept helping him pick her up because of my medical condition. I just went, dude, I cannot do it. Like, I'm sorry, maybe an ambulance. And I go, I know you can pick her up. I saw you pick her up by yourself. But he said he didn't want to do it. He said he thought he hurt himself by doing it. Yeah, because it's like deadlifting a person. She wouldn't even help him like stand up or anything. I saw him doing it. So that's why I told him to call an ambulance and he wouldn't do it. So anyways, he didn't die from picking her up. I mean, that's probably coincidental because there was a big stretch of time from him picking her up and that happening to him. But I did draw the line at that. Just recently, it wasn't it like a couple weeks ago, he asked me to come down here and put that stuff on her, and I did. Because that's when he knew he couldn't leave her in the bed anymore. That was the last time. Every morning after that, he came down here and made her get into the wheelchair. And I think he did away with those diapers finally too. And it was they were these big, huge diapers that just open up. And and she just goes from the bed to the wheelchair. That's why she has nothing on when the day that he died. That's why she didn't have anything on. And then she would go over there and change her clothes. She did it completely unassisted that day. Yep, I didn't help her get into the bed. Nope. I mean, into the wheelchair from the bed. Right, she went over there and started changing her clothes because she probably did it sometimes, and he'd come down and go, "Oh, you're in the wheelchair already." So anyways, yeah, after that time, it was like, I don't know. I was thinking about it when I was laying in bed like yesterday, like because she has mental health problems. Yeah. She literally just laid on her side like this for what, a day? How long would it take for you to if you peed yourself and you were laying on your side, how long would it take you for your skin to get that raw? Like it looked like it was starting to get bubbles too. I don't know, when you're old, maybe it doesn't take long. And I was like, what the fuck, man? It was the whole side of her thigh. Yeah, I put that stuff on it because it makes it go away. And you just go, after that day, he just would every morning, he wouldn't let her lay there and then so many days go by because it started out like that. It would be like 2 or 3 days and then finally he would make her get up. But after that time, it was every day and it was working out well, I thought. And then the guy freaking died. I know, just she had her potty chair. She clearly could get to the thing to poop in it. So, well, it hopefully that will go well at Cindy's, or if they come back here, whatever they're gonna do. I don't think she's bedridden, no. She's depressed. She said it to him that she was depressed. And I remember him going, "You've been really, really sick." You just go, I just listen to the conversations they have with each other. And you just go, oh my God. You're just realizing she's been sick. But at the other house, I would hear him going, "You are so sick." Like, just it's a weird type of thing I think happens to people, because when the person's a psychopath and they don't have a reason to filter themselves anymore, I guess that's sick. Use the toilet.
So I can feel and see that my lines have gotten deeper just from here out in the sun. I'm still Marie, and I got like I said, I did not want a dramatic change. I wanted something subtle, and I'm really, really happy with the result. It's still me, but with your lines. It's not always happy with it. Clearly, with guidelines, but before the lines were done, the effective response of my research knowledge is that reflection of the series. So looking back the right way, I could be one of the created how probably some of the things that sound like do not reflect my life. I have the reaction to
You know what I never want to do again? Is like that thing when you're sleeping outside and you just like you're half like not awake yet, like you were sleeping, and you, because this happened to me in 2021, and like you're half like waking up, you're not like totally like awake yet, and you go, "Oh my God, how the hell am I outside again?" Like you still sort of are waking up thinking you're in whatever bed or you were just in. Yeah. I never want to experience that again. That's not what happens to me at the shelter. I don't think like that at the shelter, no. It's just being outside is like that. Because I'm never in a tent or anything. I mean, when I'm outside, man, I'm outside. Like hard ground. It's not good. I never want to experience that again. There's not a reason for it. It's not a rite of passage. Native Americans aren't sleeping on concrete. So, anyways, yeah, that doesn't, it's like the first night at the shelter might suck because you don't just go right into a bed typically. Obviously, it'd be great if you could. Yeah. I don't need a humble lesson. I mean, I understand, I guess, to a point, some people. Um, I don't need that. And then we got to sit up all night long, huh? It looks like it got hotter, so maybe it'll taste better now that it's hotter. Well, I took out the graham crackers, but I think I know it's like that. I'm not on carb week. What the hell? I forgot I took 4 apples out. So I probably should try to eat apples maybe. Just put it on. I'll cut up the apples when I'm ready and put it on that, not the graham crackers. I know, I'm sure they have graham crackers. There was one point in time where they were having graham crackers at the shelter. Yeah. But I mean, they don't just hand me my own sleeve of graham crackers. That's why it's good to have your own place, because you just get it with your SNAP card. That was kind of actually funny in a way when they put me in that room, because they gave me a box of food from their kitchen and it was all junk food except for the eggs. Jen made sure I had eggs, the kitchen Jen. It was like Pop-Tarts. It was Christmas time, so there was like bags of Christmas cookies. So for like a week, that's all I ate was junk for like a week. And I just kept sleeping and sleeping because I was probably relaxed. That was after 9 years of this. Now it's been 13 years. Yeah, seriously. Like, is there ever going to come a point in time where I can just relax? Or yeah, I'm kind of hungry. 5 o'clock. I'm sure it's not that good to be. It's probably better. I was thinking pasta with cheese. It's probably better to just eat this. Even though it's sugar. It's better now that it's cooled off. Maybe you might want to use 3 chocolate bars for one of these almond butters, and then it would be even less almond flavor, it would be more chocolate. Yeah, great. Immediately go to a tickle in the throat. Weird. Allergies. Yeah, I don't know if I can just sit eating a bunch of this stuff though. That's right. I still have a little bit of the actual chocolate soy butter too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm used to eating like real food. I'm not that much of a junk food junkie. Well, that's good news for someone. It gets harder after you chill it. All right, so I gotta rethink this because yeah, I'm not eating a bunch of that right now.
measure of deterrent and to remind Iran that it cannot become the new norm. Against that are all the arguments you and I know. Possibility of escalation, deepening of Iran's efforts to, they're already nuclear weapons threshold. Possibility that an Israeli attack large enough could push the Iranians to actually weaponize. I suspect that you're riding a pretty positive diplomatic lead. Strategic opportunity as well. I think it's the fact that penetrate strikers are in the target. We had cooperation with these very Europe, your stateside is Jordan, the whole notion of sanctions, conditioning military systems, that's gone the way of the dodo. You have a G7 state, which is the most pro-Israeli state, and I think G7 may have ever actually announced. So, in that respect, I think that the Israelis are in a pretty good position. The problem is that this rivalry with Iran is going to continue. The Israeli-Palestinian Hamas war in Gaza is going to continue. It seems to be a strategic cul-de-sac. So I think there's still a lot of uncertainties, and there may be a few more issues.
The issue was that after October 7th, the Biden administration's intention was to make it a regional response. The Biden was going to go not to Israel, but to Oman, bring that together, have some partner. Here you had every partner participating in that. Perhaps not we'll have to see our neighborhood. Thanks so much. Sure.
Thank you.
We have more on breaking news.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. For moderate to severe vinegar symptoms, we know that it's the first of all the because directly blocks the source of hot flashes in life. With 100% hormone.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not that as hungry as I thought if I'm that wishy-washy. I got canned chicken. I got tuna fish. There's a can of black beans down there. There's refried beans. There's chicken broth. I mean, it's not like there's not food. I'm used to I just have a certain, I have a certain bunch of foods I eat. So I try to avoid canned food if I can because I know it's not good for me. But that's the problem with trying to live outside. I went through that for 2 months. Like canned salmon and stuff. And I don't know, because my face swelled up and I was like, am I allergic to salmon? But I think it was from the nuclear fallout. I think it was from being forced to be outside during a nuclear bombing campaign. I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know if it had something to do with my kidneys, because that was the first time anything like that happened to me. From January to March of 2022, where my knees wouldn't bend and my feet were swollen and my eyes swelled up and my lip swelled up. I didn't know what it was from. When you're on the ground like that in the freezing cold and you have a kidney condition, I didn't know. And you're eating cookies and whatever you can get that's outside food. So the summer of 2022, when my knees locked up again, that's when I realized it was from the nuclear radiation. So I couldn't take my walks when I was on the ground for 2 months. That's why it probably never happened before. And then in July of 2022, it was so hot for 3 weeks you couldn't take walks. You would have passed out. So that's why it happened again, and it's never happened since. Like, there's been a couple of days, I can't pinpoint right now, but where you wake up and you're like, oh, my knees are a little bit, it's going to be, oh yeah. And then last summer started the thing with my back, my spine, and my neck cracking. So I explained the thing about my shoulder the winter of 2023. I never had a COVID vaccine. So, right, for people sort of like mental health, if they've made up things for themselves, yeah, it's a mutual sort of a betterment. So I appreciate that they're still leaving me alone. Yeah, I think that it's probably better just to make up something about me and stick with that. Like, meaning I went somewhere, right? And then whatever after the 17th, like I'm a jog at the shelter. Like, not everybody on planet Earth, I'm talking about that family. For them, not other people tell them that. That's for them to tell themselves that, right? I don't believe anybody should be telling someone that they don't know where a dude is if they knew he was dead or he was going out with someone else and stuff, right? You just go, that is monstrously insane to be doing that to a person. So I'm hoping that's not what people were doing, that they honestly didn't know where he was. And so they started like just guesstimating things. It's probably better in life not to do that. So last summer, I found out just a whole bunch of stuff about people where, yeah, sometimes the least amount of interaction, the better. Like the workers at Faulkner Hospital. I'm not talking about people out in Quincy, right? Yet, unless I found out stuff after I go out there. But yeah. If say that someone ever said this to you, just tell her I died. Never agree to do that. Never agree to do that. That means that person is fucking sick. Get it? Right. That's why some degree you just go, sometimes I just look at people like, don't do things where you're acting like I'm some kind of a fucking psycho and that dude couldn't just break up with me and leave me the fuck alone. Get it? That's why I would be like, he isn't just off with some other fucking person. You didn't see him with another person after the 25th. You never saw him with another female after the 25th. He didn't just like immediately start going out with another person, and you don't want to tell me that. Just because the whole thing was fucked up. Everything that people were saying to me was fucked up. That's all. But a lot of people have mental confusion and they have mental illness. So, right. If you just didn't know what the fuck happened to a dude, you just didn't know. But to me, that's weird. George tried to act like that's commonplace. All right, well, that's not commonplace to me. Yeah, that's not commonplace to me. And if you know that there's people like officials and shit that are like purposely not answering your fucking questions about what happened to a friend of yours, then you need to tell me that so I know. Because clearly the way that I was talked to at Faulkner Hospital is not fucking normal. So if I was visible online, that means that someone must have heard about it, even if it was after I stopped going out to Quincy. Yeah, because obviously I was upset and then I was drinking because everybody was acting kind of, they were probably upset or confused or whatever. And then you go, I never got a chance to explain to them exactly what happened. Like, that's not normal. That's fucked up. And whoever the fuck that person was that put Brian on a phone, all of it. And then the person started fucking texting me. Yeah, that's like paramount to a fucking murderer. That's what whacked out psychotic murderers do. Sorry, who's this? Sorry, who's this? The day they outlawed the Florida alimony. Sorry, who's this? Anyway, like I said, I tried for about 2 months to get that person to admit something about Brian Buchanan, and then I just fucking gave up. I don't know, and I mean, I'm not like a street person per se, but you go, okay, I have a phone, and some person asked me to use their phone, and that's how they talk into it, right? I start texting my phone number I don't even know, and why would I say sorry? Who's this? Get it? Right, you go, how the fuck was Brian calling me on some fucking insane person's phone? Anyway, no one's going to answer anything, so I'm just waiting for God to kill a bunch of people. That hasn't changed since last summer, in case people thought it did. I could think of a thing I could cook, but it's probably going to be way so much sodium because there's fettuccine and chicken broth. I could do that, and there's a little bit of cheese. That's the type of meal I like, but I mean, that's things I'm not supposed to be eating. Sucks. I do. I feel hungry. I'm a big eater, but I didn't want to buy any more food, so I'm going to have to eat what's here, I guess. See what I'm going to do. If you ate 4 eggs and like 3 pieces, was it 3? 3 pieces of toast, would you not be hungry by now? What time was that? Like 2 o'clock? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a pig, I guess. It's a little bit early for the lockdown, I think. 6. It's an hour and a half. The sun may come blazing out again. Refried beans aren't bad. What can I do with refried beans? Could I just like heat up refried beans and eat it, or would that feel gross to me because of the consistency of it? I don't like fish. This is like something from Whole Foods. Steakhouse beef steak tips. Steakhouse marinade, water, soybean oil, cane sugar, dehydrated onion, vinegar, salt, mustard seed, chili powder, dehydrated garlic, molasses, spices. I don't know. Maybe I should just cook this. Yeah. Spices. I'm sure it's loaded with salt. What's it saying for sodium? 296 milligrams. A serving size is 3 ounces. How many ounces is this? It's 1.5 pounds. So that's a lot of sodium then. I know they're probably like, what? Yeah, cook that. I don't think Tommy likes spices. Yeah, I showed it to him. I figured they would eat it. I got it from the food pantry. Let me thaw it out first. Guess I'll cook this. Can I wash it? Would that be weird? I'm sure it's probably marinated into it though. It totally smells like sausage. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'll have 2 days to try to get rid of the salt if I blow up. It's about time you blew up. So anyway, I meant like the people in this genetic family for them to be able to move on. Not like everybody makes up something about me. That's not what I meant. Just yowza. Something fell in the burner. Yeah, because that's an example right there. Say that someone like Brian goes, oh, just tell her I died, right? What if the person became, I wouldn't do this, but what if the person became so distraught, they committed suicide? Would you still think that you were supposed to tell me that? What if the person became so distraught that she started drinking and smoking cigarettes when it's completely contradictory to her health because of her medical condition? Would you still supposed to be telling me that? Like, did God forget last summer? Because even that on the World Wide Web didn't get people to solve the Brian Buchanan business. Like that was some sort of show game, like 4 days with no water. Not that went away. Right. What if the person went, oh, I'm never going out with another person because we are engaged and he died and I'm going to be with them in heaven? Would you still continue to not tell a person what happened to someone? I'm sure that most of you people know you're not going to rebirth. It's like, it's just amazeballs. Amazeballs. It's probably defrosted enough to cook it. I'll cook it a little bit frozen, I don't care. Steak tips. You didn't tell us you had steak chips in there. Well, that's because they're seasoned. He may not eat them either. I didn't realize he was that weird about seasonings and stuff. I used to use that Montreal steak seasoning on beef. Remember that stuff? Oh my God, remember the thing about the mushrooms? I'm pretty sure he threw them away. Just, did you throw those mushrooms away? I said I was going to offer to Cindy. That was just weird. He actually got angry. Like, oh yeah, like mushrooms in a freezer are going to harm him. Because he had a D'Angelo sub once and he got sick and he knows it's from the mushrooms. So, the fuck that's got to do with me? I know, like, it was like he totally was getting sicker and sicker, man. Like, I'm not your wife and I'm not the food, I'm not buying, I am getting the food for you, but I'm not. I know you just go, what the hell? God was going to let that keep going on for another year? Apparently, it would have got worse in another year. Because I was like, okay, she'll probably live another year and I can keep doing this and then I don't have to worry about what the fuck I'm going to do. Oh, guess what? Nope. Right back to the shelter. Okay. That would be an act of God, not people kicking me outside and then thinking that that's what they're supposed to be doing. Do I want? That's a lot of meat. I don't know if I need to have anything with it, but it would have been nice to have mayonnaise. I'm sure I should be able to make 2 meals out of that much beef. So that's Miracle Whip. It's got sugar in it. I don't even like the taste of it, so I might put a little bit of this cheddar cheese maybe on it. Yeah, but then it's a tortilla. That's even more carbs. We'll see. What's this one? Garlic herb protein. This one's regular. And then what's this stuff right here? Asparagus, cauliflower, broccoli. Maybe some. Yeah, I think I was thinking corn. Broccoli, corn. There's a couple. This is why I never got vegetables at the food pantry. 2 bags of corn. It seemed like he was eating less and less food. I'll make up my mind after it's frozen vegetables, and then General Chow's tofu, brown rice. They were never gonna eat that crap. Yeah, they're never gonna. He was never gonna eat that. If he doesn't like spicy stuff. Oh, spinach. There we go. For some reason I thought there was spinach in here. All right. That mushroom soup is still there because he doesn't eat mushrooms. There you go. And then what's this stuff? Haddock. The other one must be haddock too. All right. So that's going to go a while. That'll cook a while. I don't know the last time I saw him, but it's been a while. I think so. Probably you leave for a while, and then if I were to ask about it, people look at me like I have 15 heads. Right, like what? Oh, it just goes away because I've been gone for 8 months? I know. Then you'd realize, yeah, really sick. That would be an instantaneous psych eval, like, you're still asking about that? Huh?
like children. Oh, something is preventing you from moving on with your life. You're still talking about children and Brian Buchanan. Like everyone's a hologram. Everyone is a life walk. Everyone's a hologram. Hopefully they don't get mad. I don't mean it per se like that, but just that I think that you're completely mentally insane. It has to do with God's compassionate transition into off of earth in this bodily form. Not that's real. Yeah, like it's like a wicked disassociation as your brains are trying to reason what's going on around you. Not those are real things. And ye have respect to him that weareth the gay clothing. This is the same shit from last summer. And ye have respect to him that weareth the gay clothing, and say unto him, sit thou here at a good place, and say to the poor, stand thou there, or sit here under my footstool. That's the same shit from last summer. I'm not kidding you. Like repeatedly, have respect for him that weareth the gay clothing. Huh? Is this about the maroon clothing? How is that the gay? It's probably supposed to be happy. Like, I know, just the gay clothing. What's the gay clothing? It's probably supposed to mean like, yeah, like happy clothes or something. Just whoa, gay clothing. All right, let me see what else is on besides this crap. Probably not much, because usually that's what's on. It just so happened there was something on that pop channel yesterday. Tomorrow will be better. I'll see what's on Pluto. Well, this would be good. Steak tips. That's not sugar and salt. I mean, it's going to be salt, but you know what I mean. It's not just like eating candy bars for 2 days. I attempted to get peanuts, but they didn't have any, so. Maybe tomorrow, maybe fettuccine and chicken broth that used to, and spinach. But I threw away the Parmesan cheese. I already threw it in the trash. Well, it's almighty, but that's what I used to use. I put cheese and then spinach and then Parmesan cheese. That was like a mainstay of my diet at my house. Spider-Man is on. Oh, John Wick is on. Chapter 2 is about to start. You ever see these John Wick films? There was 1 year at the shelter they kept playing them. Can you see it? This is sci-fi. I have 4 windows, but I'm waiting until it gets darker. I guess I can do this one because for the neighbors, think of the neighbors. I got the bathroom one and then these 2 windows. These are the last 2 I do because
then that's it for the night. And then I gotta close this thing and put the deadbolt on. I think the outside light is on. Did I shut it off? Okay, the outside light is on. I gotta put these two lights on. My nighttime light. Another day. Yesterday would have been a day I go to the food pantry. And then that's it for the whole week. I have one day a week that I have to do something, typically. It's not even early in the morning, and then he would drive me, and then that's it till the next week. Other than my schedule I create for myself, which consists of arm work and daily walks and jog walks. And then it's just usually online, which because these people shut everybody off, it's just waiting for God to kill them. There's like literally nothing else going on but waiting for a bunch of people to die so that everybody that's being held hostage and prisoner is released. So I would say a lot of the people with the nuclear material, they don't have a choice, right? They don't have a choice because somebody made up a thing where they pretended they were trying to get the public to do something and then turned on all of us, and they aren't trying to get the public to do anything. So it's just like a madness in terms of that, but it's almighty, so it's an extinction. Right, you make up a dominance apparently, and then nothing is your responsibility, and there's nothing you can do about anything. All of it. Unfortunately, no, we can't do that. Haven't seen him. Maybe discharged. Unfortunately, no. So, like, just complete psychopathic insanity. Oh, that's right. Should I check that again? The thing about the phone. See if they'll let me do it over the phone now. I know you go, there's no lifeline. What do you call it? Building to go to, like the DTA office. Okay, so no text back from the last known number I had for Jen. I'm not seeing that thing that they sent me. got to be here somewhere. The phone people. Oh, this is it right here. It's the third one down. It's probably some sort of a scam. But they're not going to send me a letter, just like the DTA office didn't. Yeah, if you already get Lifeline and received a notice that said you need to recertify, use the recertify button, and then it doesn't do anything. So, yeah, that's probably supposed to be funny, I guess. And then you call them. It's almost like the COVID money. You call them, and then she says that you have to do it online. This is online. Yeah, because I Googled this, and I'm not even getting to this website. Right. The Affordable Connectivity Program stopped accepting new applications and enrollments on February 7th, 2024. The last fully funded month of the program is April 2024. Okay. So you're not going to give out governmental phones anymore? Is that to stop me from getting my disability thing from DTA? Is that to stop me from doing my Social Security? Just waiting for God to kill you? So I would assume a bunch of people having their phones shut off. So that's why shelters are probably getting busier. And I'm sure people are just going, how long is God going to let this go on? Yeah, we're just waiting for them to die. The words recertify don't mean anything to me. Yeah, just they clearly have dementia and they're like insane because I already called them. They won't help you on the phone, all that. It's the same thing as the SNAP card. Probably something like we're all going to have to just apply for new phones, and then that means you got to go back to DTA and Social Security again if you care. Right, because if you don't have a phone, can you still get Pluto if you can't call and text people? Right, because it's about repeatedly trying to stop people from talking to each other, so we're just waiting for God to kill them. It's been going on for 13 years, and it's been real bad since 2020. A lockdown doesn't have any meaning. So even with the nuclear weapons, it doesn't have any meaning. So I don't believe that those people are actually nuking us. I mean, it's possible because they're so insane, right? They create the crisis and then kill us all, but they're killing themselves. They're self-terminating. Just like Germany, they're self-terminating. Anyway, so yeah, that's not going to work. And then you just forget about it. Like, you get angry for like one day and then you just forget about it because you'd go insane. You would go insane. So I sort of like allowed it's sort of like when I wouldn't put the face mask on for a year. I kept these people occupied for 13 years, so I'm not going to be doing that anymore. Yeah, like I said, I was hoping I was going to be free of this crap by um, just using a food pantry, but it probably has to do with shutting off the telephone. So whatever they would do after that, God is stopping them from doing. Because I would just be in this house with those two people, and they create any reality they want for me. Because these people are obviously ill. I mean, that definitely was revealed after Tommy died. All of it. He pays the cable bill. Someone else named Brian is in control of Barbara's money. Get it? Like, they just completely keep making up things. Yeah, like obviously the VA he had to account to, but someone named Thomas was in control of Barbara's money. He took guardianship of her in 2021 after lying and saying that they had no idea where I was and using a false name. It's not even my name. My name's Mary Lagoa, not Mary Kent. So that definitely reeks of Thomas Kent because of the airplane ticket he bought accidentally. So after people coming here and the way they were talking and stuff, I was like, I'm glad that I'm not talking to people. Yeah, like I already did a year of that. I did a year in this house without a phone. And what was it? From July to March, I didn't have a snap card. I already did that in this house. Right. I got here in March, and by July, they were already shutting the snap food card off again. And then I never had a phone. And then they started shutting off all my social media. So, yeah, because I wouldn't have known about the phone. I wouldn't have known about the phone till I don't think they sent that text. What was it, 2 days ago? I don't think they did that other than they're watching me on a live stream. They wouldn't even have told me they were going to shut the phone off. They just shut it off like they did in 2020. So because I'm only here till Wednesday, they try to do stuff and then watch my reactions. So all of that ends on Wednesday morning. So we've got Monday and Tuesday. They've got 2 more days to whatever the fuck. I don't know if there's going to be stuff on it, CNN or whatever the fuck it is.
So we're giving everything up for a car.
Like last year, I called and I renewed the SNAP food card over the telephone, and then I took the public transportation out to Quincy and went to I called the shelter and and renewed the SNAP card and then went out there. Not I had an income, not I had a cell phone, not I had a social security case. Not any of the social media was working, even in an internet prison. So that's how I know the jailers weren't expecting any of that. They were expecting me to go 8 months at a food pantry and then slowly keep shutting shit off because they had already deleted the Facebook pages. They've never done that in all of the time. As their profound criminal insanity worsens. They had never done that before. June of 2022 is when they wouldn't allow me back into my own Facebook page. But they're still saying Mar-a-Lago on a fucking television as of yesterday. In a deranged insanity. Yeah, so yesterday, this is what I was wondering about that Zoe Woody Facebook account. So yesterday on the live stream, I said something about that if that's not actually Jen and the person didn't answer, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, the next time I looked at the Facebook page last night, there's supposedly a comment from Jen. That was last night at 5:30. I'm sure if that's not Jen, that person was not expecting me to be leaving here. Get it? What? Because they took the Facebook off the phone when I took the train out to South Station and put the internet prison on the phone. I'm just waiting for God to kill them. I don't know who they think they're hiding that from. Just like the Facebook pages. Just like Tom Kent, get it? That insane, that's sick, and hopefully approaching death because a lot of the behaviors are similar to what he was doing. Oh, I guess they're going to know where I am now. That's totally what the guy said to me, and I forget what it was. Like, yeah, like all of a sudden, because I had to have something mailed here, it had to have been something like that. He literally said that. I don't know who they is that's going to know where he is when he signed a fucking lease for this house. And he pays a rent every month. And he has an electric bill coming here in his fucking name. And his truck payments and his trailer payments are mailed here to this fucking address, clearly. His sprinkler fitter shit gets mailed here. His credit card bill gets mailed here. She said something when I first got here about when he goes upstairs, he's a different person than when he's downstairs. That's what she told me. So I don't know. Obviously, there's other people on planet Earth that sick. What did I come over here for? I got up and went over here for something. I think I was thinking about putting my window things up, but I still don't want to do it. Oh, that's right. I was probably going to look at his bills. Let me take my sneakers off. I think that's what it was. Thomas Kent, 78 Sprague Street. Barbara Kent, 78 Sprague Street. That's the cable bill. Not he pays it. Thomas Hugh Kent, 78 Sprague Street. The estate of Thomas H. Kent III, care of person handling affairs, 78 Sprague Street. Get it? National Automatic Sprinklers Industry Pension Fund. Where was this mailed to? Thomas Kent, 78 Sprague Street. In Power, Thomas H. Kent, 78 Sprague Street. But yet, when Mary Gladys came here and had to have something mailed to her, he said, "Oh, I guess now they're going to know where I am." It's called mentally insane. So you're Jamie Fitzsimmons? How are you typing in here? Because that's what I said to the person. Oh, I can type here because of your settings. It's called mental insanity. Ah. So I have a Massachusetts photo ID that says my name on it and my address, except it's 39 Broad Street, not 38 Broad Street. Not I have housing and then I go out and tell people I'm homeless or make up other names for myself. I don't do a casting call and then show up. I'm not a migrant. Just for the record. Cream cheese stuffed mini bagels. Disney, I don't know if they still do. They used to have pretzels that were stuffed with stuff. I think one was cream cheese and the other one was stuffed with like applesauce or something. The apple one was probably good. I don't think I ever had it. I think I kept talking about I was going to get one day, and I don't think I ever did, but it was probably good. I used to like those apple donuts. Like they had like the cinnamon powder on the outside, and then they had the apple inside. I'm not even huge on. I don't like apple pie. I'm not big on applesauce, but those donuts were good. Yeah, apparently an apple pie isn't like crunchy and sugary enough for me.
Open Talenti and raise the jar to gelato made from scratch. Raise the jar to flavors from the world's finest ingredients.
Yeah, Emma Bates, don't bother going out with Brian Buchanan. He doesn't care about abs.
Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor is back, and it's fire on every level. Fresh chicken hot off the grill, mixed with burrito peppers, a splash of pineapple, and fresh lime. It's where fire meets flavor. Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor. The wait is over.
Wait, Noom can design a personalized weight loss plan for me? New plans can be personalized for both your needs.
You get your personalized plan today at Noom.com.
It's going fire. But you know it should go fire. That's that Kelly Blue Book My Wallet on Auto Trader gives you personalized monthly payment for all your buy. Come to life.
Open Talenti and raise the jar to gelato made from scratch. Raise the jar to flavors from the world's finest ingredients. And now, from jars to bars, new Talenti gelato and sorbetto mini bars.
Want to know a secret? More than just my armpit stick. That's why I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant. Or my gynecologist may recommend Whole Body Deodorant, which gives you 72-hour odor protection from your pits to your Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor is back, and it's fire on every level. Fresh chicken hot off the grill, mixed with burrito peppers, a splash of pineapple, and fresh lime. It's where fire meets flavor. Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor. The wait is over.
Farina is supporting more taxpayer costs to make a difference in the lives of more kids like me. Farina cares here. Farina here, which means it is time to plan your backyard refresh, all with the help from the Home Depot. Let's take the shelf of outdoor power equipment, mowers, string trimmers, and blowers to help create clean edges and clear any dead leaves or debris. Then use a pressure washer to clean driveways, decks, and other surfaces. Now that we're all cleaned up, it's time to clean up with beautiful plants, flowers, and space for entertaining. And there's no better place to get it all than the Home Depot.
She's going to try to beat Kenyans, it says. She's only 5'4", so she's probably at a disadvantage. But I don't know that much about running. But clearly, her stride can't be as long as someone that's like, how tall are they usually?
Whether you have a family with sensitive skin
Or you use yourself.
or dental and affected skin, all you need is all for your hair.
steak and buttery lobster tail. Hurry to Outback, where steak and lobster wishes come true starting at $19.99. No rules, just right.
Always Clear is the #1 doctor recommended brand for sensitive skin. Whether you have a family with sensitive skin
Or you yourself.
for dental and effective clean, all you need is Always Clear.
Is that the next door neighbors going out? It almost sounded like someone on the porch, but then I heard like car doors and a car start up. It's probably the next door neighbors. Because remember when there was a delivery and it sounded like it was like in the backyard, but it was right here? I don't know if that has something to do with her getting mixed up sometimes and wondering where Tommy was.
It's just begun.
It's just a weird way that the noise echoes because there's a building in front of here. It's a busy street. There's a building in front of the house, and there's water in the back of the house.
Peaceful place you got.
Sometimes places do that where noise echoes and travels.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, like if every time she heard that, she thought Tommy was going out somewhere, or she was weirded out because she thought he was out, but then she heard someone walking around. It didn't sound inside the house. It sounded like someone walking on the porch.
Thanks for fun.
It's probably the driveway right behind my head.
Let me know when it's good.
All right. They'll be ready Christmas 2030.
Okay, this says most professional runners are below 6 feet. Okay, so I was wrong. That's why I looked it up. Most men are average 5'5", and the women are around 5'3". Okay, so she's 5'4". So they're not, because tall people probably need more energy or something. Yeah, like it can go either way. Maybe are they taller when they're sprinters? I feel like the air pressure is changing too.
Charge. 17.
I'm probably too heavy to be a marathon runner according to these stats right here.
Cafe? Yes. Good to see you. Good to see you. I was sorry to hear about your wife, John. Thank you. Hey. Thank you. And Dora. Does she have a name? No. Listen to me. With all sincerity. I don't want to be here.
No one gets out and comes back without repercussions. I did this with a heavy heart.
What's this slow twitch muscle fibers thing mean?
But remember, if not for what I did on the night of your
Does that mean that they think they're still gonna work out every day when you take an off day?
It's part of me. It's part of me. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. And one is not so much. For a man to cut a market to another is to bind the soul to the blood for someone else. Listen to me. What is this? Do you remember?
Or is it made up? It's like something they made up between the sprinters and the marathoners.
If you don't do this, you know the consequences. But now they're coming. You're always the guy, Joe. I can't. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. You can't. Like he can. As he says. We have a beautiful home, John. What was it? Gasly? Yeah, Gasly. You working again? I'll see you too. Come on, boy. huh? Oh, shit. I'd love to see that. I'll go to see some serious. Shall I answer? Yes, please. Stay. Mr. Wood is going to discuss. Impeccable. Put these to circulation. Where is it? Thank you, my friend. Beautiful work. Beautiful. What are you doing, Chuck? You burned the house. You rejected the money and literally stuck there. What the hell were you thinking? Giving a lot of women like 17 was done. You presumed that, yeah. You called it. What did you see was going to happen? What did you expect? Did you really think this day was never going to come? What does he want you to do? Get down. You said no. True, that cannot be broken, brother. No blood on confidential ground. Every market must be honored. Now, while my judgment comes to the court of extremely covered, the high table, the matter more severe outcome was their tradition to refuse. I have no choice. You dishonor the mark you die, took a hold of the mark you die, you run, you die. This is what you agreed to, Father. To what of my asks? Be free. Then, if you want to go after him, burn his house down, be my guest until then. Rules. You got you. Rules. Without them, we live with the animals. Team board. I'm sorry to say so. This facility is I would have been willing to accept the responsibility should you wish. Appreciate that. That's not all I'm saying. No. Good God. Stay. This was my father's collection. I see it in more than just faith and compass, of course. But I do find myself here. Please. I didn't work for this job. Had he stayed on I would have taken it. Look at you. You're thinking about it, aren't you? You're counting exits, guards. Could you get to me in time? How would you do it, Hamilton? Let me understand. Who's king? Maybe he's got how exciting. Yes, you will. I told you. I needed that gun. The way you're right now. I needed the beginning. I needed John Wick. Just tell me what you want. I want you to kill my sister. Why? There are 12 seats at the height. Camorra, Mafia, Frangata. The Chinese, the Russian. When my father died, he witnessed it. She represents Camorra. And I can't help but wonder whether you might accomplish your instinct. You want me to kill Gianna Antonio. I remember it. She's my blood. I still love her. It can't be done. She's in Rome. For her coronation. You will take the catacombs. It doesn't matter where she is. That's why I need a ghost or spectral John Wick. That's why I need to till this Monday. Not prison. What's say? Number one to this list.
And we begin. Don't miss the new series, Killer Be Killed and Sin City Murders. And new episodes of Snapped, Killer Couples, and Cold Justice.
We have the right to seek justice.
Don't miss what's new. Weekends this month on Oxygen True Crime.
I just finished my cleanup and I got everything that I need to make this shirt hot from the Home Depot. Here are my tips to helping your outdoor space look great this spring. Start with beautiful plants and flowers. Next, embrace sustainability with edible gardening. These plants nourish in organic soil, plus they look and taste great. Finally, create open air seating with planters and outdoor furniture. And before you know it, you'll be spring ready. All thanks to the Home Depot.
Open to Monday and raise the jar to gelato made from scratch. Raise the jar to flavors from the world's finest ingredients. And now, from jars to bars, Butalenti Gelato and Sorbetto Mini Bars. Break up with your old ways and lemon pepper wing from Popeyes. Crispy, saucy, okay. Popeyes finally has wings in 6 flavors.
You know soup is healthy, but you don't. You have nothing to fear. Pepper swallows will blow up their air and help prevent up to 100% of these, even blowouts. Don't fear blowouts with Pepper Swappers.
When my doctor gave me breast treats for my COPD, things changed for me. Breast treat gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breastfeed won't replace breastfeed powder for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Call your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking. Don't take Breastfeed more than prescribed. Breastfeed may increase your risk of crush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor, worsen breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye cancer.
Ask your doctor about breast treatment.
Do you for your whole body that actually work?
It took 138 iterations to refine your tip on chest, but it also took 189 pizzas and 52 all-nighters. The meticulously refined tip on. 0% APR financing or a $2,000 customer bonus on a new 2024 Tiguan during the Volkswagen 75th anniversary sales event.
At Stop and Shop, we're committed to making sure food is always within reach. Inside our stores and out. That's why we've established hundreds of Stop and Shop school food pantries located directly in local schools to fight hunger and feed it forward, ensuring all kids have what they need to reach their full potential.
Volkswagen doors are tested on the times by a machine because it will take humans a really long time. A sturdy design that lasts. The Atlas. With 1.9% APR financing or a $3,000 customer bonus on a new 2024 Atlas or Atlas Cross Sport during the Volkswagen 75th anniversary event.
Is that not fair? Mr. Vic?
I don't know about this John Wick business. Not really getting into it. I have to change the channel back to the news, I guess. But I'm probably gonna put for tonight, maybe Three's Company on. Something lighthearted. Putting up my window coverings here for the night.
Benvenuto al Continentale di Roma. Come posso essere d'aiuto?
Yeah, I had a weird dream last night about, I think it was supposed to be like, I think it was like a hotel room, but it's like obvious like things that are stressing me out right now. And like I left and I didn't have the key and stuff. It's like obviously things that are stressing me out right now.
Then you know me with a one question. Say briefly yourself about it.
Well, I thought this was going to happen last year, so where I would just be in the shelter the rest of the time. So I got enough. I guess I did get another year. All right, so it's now 7. I think I put that stuff in at 6. I'm gonna check it. What am I up to for time? 5 hours. I think it's 2. What time did I restart it last night? About 7 or 8.
Is it someone there?
I have never known him not to be.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wood. It's been a long time. I'd like a taste.
I apologize. I wanted to show you something.
Fast. Buongiorno, signor Wick. George. Welcome back to Rome. Magari bisogna parlare di Rome. I know your past fondness for the German varietals, but I wholeheartedly endorse the new breed of Austrians. Block 34 and 96.
Holy shit. This is George. Did Antonio say it? Yes.
And Capronic, how many is the week? Is this a formal event or a social affair? Social. And is this for day or evening? I need one for today and one
Yeah, I should have probably washed it. It's like wicked spicy.
Easier reload. I appreciate it. That's important. What's next? Need something robust. Precise. Robust. Precise. Persistent. I love style. Italian. 2. Triangle. Favorite. How about the lion? Vertical. They are for 2. Collectively silent. Considered with a fire bonded point. To contact one magnification. This is the other. There are 1, 2, 3. Zero penetration. However, quite painful. Do you recommend aiming for the ends of something big? May I suggest to go very important? Carry with it, charging up. Texture prints. Should your hands get wet? Well done. Did you do a rush order? I sure can. Where would you like to have it sent? The hotel. Should I have it?
It's like an insane amount of pepper.
Yes. Thank you. Excellent.
It's just shocking.
Mr. Wade,
I was like, whoa. I knew I should have washed it before I cooked it.
do enjoy your party. This is spring. Deliver. Home Depot has free delivery on over 2 million items. Fast same-day delivery from our store to your door. Get spring delivery building open at the Home Depot.
Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor is back, and it's fire on every level. Fresh chicken, hot off the grill. Burrito peppers, fresh line. It's where fire meets place. Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor. The wait is over. For over 50 years, Purina Cat Chow has been helping cats feel at home with trusted nutrition. No wonder it's the #1 dry cat food in America. Come home to Cat Chow.
Tear into it. A new adventure. A new discovery. It's all out there. They just need to cross the Nature Valley to get after it. Life happens
trucks that work harder and play harder. And you do trucks that win by breaking every rule of what a truck should be. So this truck month, what you should do is drive a Ram. Trucks are what we do.
Your Ram truck month. Get the rollback manufacturer's price of the lowest cash on 2024 Ram heavy duty trucks.
Biggest thing I've learned so far? Don't let the monster know. Found it. Finding my life. Knowing my cues. Just trying not to overthink things. M&M's for all fun.
Since how true is starting to be appears to be a Q10 in everybody ranch. It's just don't play. So you sure don't doesn't exist here.
Take the ball. Sorry for racing, black boys.
Hidden Valley Ranch.
Right now, you can get any large pizza for just $12 a pizza. Any pizza, any crust, $12. That means meat lovers, supreme, or create your own with any toppings, just $12. This deal won't last long, so order any way you want that.
So, I hear some of you are concerned about the fact that I'm taking over the company. Well, rest assured, Marcy is the good.
I guess I'll stop my night security.
Now that
Let me see.